Hey, how's it going?
Hey, not bad. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you all right. I saw your question about Will Hayden, so I was like, this is gonna be an interesting chat. Better get over here because I was still off air with Court,
Oh,
but I figure if we're going to talk about that, that's going to be a rather interesting topic.
well, Moonfood will have to come in here then because I don't know anything about it.
Well,
Just
let me.
briefly from what I read in the paper, in the paper a few days ago. But I don't watch the show, so I don't really keep up with their day-to-day lives. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. I'm trying to change the title of my video. Let's see here.
Well, if we're gonna if we're gonna talk about that, I suppose I ought to look into it.
I
Talk
was,
about what?
That Will Hayden guy, I guess he was on what channel was his show on? It was one of those
Oh, Discovery. Okay.
Sons of Guns.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
Was it a Discovery show?
Yes, it was. Sadly, I made the mistake of watching 2 episodes.
He was the one flying around in the helicopter and all of that, right?
I don't know. I've watched a whole 2 episodes of that. And that never been done before, and I was not all that gun litter at the time. I knew that was a bunch of bullshit.
yeah, I watched the whole 3 seasons that were on Netflix. All right,
Okay.
basically,
Give
to
me a
be,
second, guys. I'll be right back. The chat's just really quiet for me, and I know why.
all right. Uh, Sandy, just to basically sum it up, a couple weeks ago, Will Hayden was arrested on crimes against nature, which, if you need the definition of what that means, I can post it in the internal.
No,
Uh,
I get it.
okay. Some people think it's one thing and others don't, so it's just. And then, and child molestation. Well, apparently DCF investigated and they put the kid back with him after he got out of jail, and it seems like it was just his bitter ex making up a story. Well, now the other day, yeah, I guess it was the other day, but yeah, a couple days ago, the other day, week, he was arrested again for child rape, and apparently now the child who's 12 is saying, yeah, he did this, which seems kind of sketchy that they put, first she said one thing a couple weeks ago, and now she's saying a complete other thing. But either way, now they charged him with new stuff, and So I don't know if he's still sitting in jail or got out yet. Yeah, so that's
I'm reading something here that was from a few days ago, I guess. Huh. Well, I did hear someone on the radio it was Thursday or Friday last week talking about this briefly, and he was the radio host was interviewing some guy over the telephone. I don't know who, had to do with TMZ or somebody like that. And this guy obviously was totally anti-gun, and so his entire point was to make Will Hayden out to have a screw loose, and that anybody who likes guns has a screw loose, and so, without saying it, equating anybody that likes guns with this Will Hayden guy, which I sent the radio station a nice email when I got to the office after that.
Yeah, that's
Apparently I wasn't the only. Oh, I was going to say, let me just finish that up. Let me just finish that up. Apparently I wasn't the only one either, because later that day, the management of the station made a little blurb that basically said, somebody said, it was a quote, something to the effect of, somebody a long time ago in radio said that if people aren't complaining, they're not listening, and we can tell you're listening.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but I never figured him to be a child molester.
He's always kind of been a little screwy to me.
Well, I mean,
well, you could say that, but at the time,
people who are a little screwy doesn't mean they're child molesters.
I know,
I've met some people in these chats that are a little screwy, doesn't mean they're child molesters.
No, I mean, it's a little weird. Different.
Well, how do you mean weird or different?
He never came across to me like, I don't know, like something was off about him.
I've dealt with my fair share of people who are bad and people who are kids. That I never got that impression from him. But I mean, they're extremely good at deceiving people. So.
Something was just not.
I mean,
that's one of the reasons why I guess I never liked the show. Was I never liked him. It's kind of just creeped me out a little, I guess.
He had an attitude. I mean, but I enjoyed the show. I mean, I watched the seasons that were on Netflix. But,
I wonder if Netflix pulled it off.
I can check for you. I have my Netflix open at the moment. Just give me 1 second.
Sure.
I doubt they would. Sons of Guns still on here.
Oh, okay.
All 3 seasons. And I don't care what anybody says, his daughter is not attractive. The one that's on the show. I'm not talking about the 12-year-old. Just clearing that up.
The little short-legged blonde?
No, she ain't blonde in the show.
I don't know what the 12-year-old looks like. No,
I've never seen
he's talking about whatever her name is. Yeah, she is not attractive at all.
What blonde girl are you talking about?
I must be thinking of the wrong show.
You're thinking of American Guns. What's her name?
Oh, yeah, American Guns. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The one with always wears those too tight tank tops.
Kelly, or whatever her name is. Kelly.
Whatever her name is. She's like 16 or 17 years old, and way to go, Dad, for pimping your daughter out to
I mean, really?
Show.
Nobody on YouTube ever does that.
Well, at least when they're doing that, at least one of the videos I've seen, at least they're adults.
Oh, yeah. Paige Wyatt.
She was a minor.
That's the one, Paige.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was a minor. Okay. At the start of the show, she was a minor.
For some reason, I was thinking that
I'm older than she is, just for everybody who's curious.
Yeah, she was like 16 or 17 when they started that show.
So what was their storyline? I mean, what did they do?
Custom guns and all of that. For the most part.
Yeah, just guns, and then they made this big thing where he just goes out to these rich people's houses, flies up the helicopter, and just like, oh, we're gonna give you $1,000, and then we'll throw in an ounce.
Yeah, I never liked that show. It just seemed too played up.
Okay, so he was the one with the helicopter then.
Yeah, that's what gave me. yeah, I'm going to give you, $70,000 for these guns. And to sweeten the deal, because you said, no, I'm going to throw in a free ounce of silver, like $20 is going to make a difference.
Yeah, it was a joke.
Hmm.
I never liked it.
Well, apparently some people did. They were in 3 seasons.
Well, I mean, yeah, they were watching it for his daughter. I have no doubt about that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. And
I'm
I
not
see
trying
you.
to be rude.
You got a watch on there, and the guy goes, it's like, I can't remember the name of the brand of the watch. I think it was like an Omega, like $1,000 Omega. Well, I'll give you this $5,000 Rolex for your gun, so you can upgrade it. If you throw in your watch and the gun, I'll give you this Rolex. A few of these things just like, really? That's why I never liked that show. I mean, the guns were cool, but all they were doing is doing these big made-up shows again.
Checking out their website. Louisiana, right?
Yeah, Sons of Guns is Louisiana.
So it's Red Jacket Firearms LLC.
Yep.
Yeah, American Guns is Colorado.
And they ran into some trouble with the ATF a couple years ago too.
Oh, right on their front page, he put up something yesterday in blue letters. It's pretty easy. It's www.redjacketfirearms.com.
Yeah, I got it. Let's see what it says. Blue letters.
I wasn't gonna read it. No, he says the TV show was a blessing and a curse for our companies.
By the way, I put in www, and there is no such website.
That Joseph
www.
I don't know how to pronounce that last name.
Get with it, Quark.
They separated from him. I mean, that's kind of not right, but. Actually, if she's 12 or under in the state of Louisiana, for that charge, he can be given the death penalty.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, Louisiana has the death penalty.
I'm not saying it doesn't fit, but still, wow.
Let me just make sure, because this was a couple years ago when that was true. It could have changed, but let me look.
I just got grossed out. I actually hovered over that little side tab and they showed Stephanie. Ugh.
What side tab?
A little side thing.
Touch it.
Oh, on their page.
Corner.
On their page.
Yeah. If my mouse hovered over that little red thing.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Seen one. Seen them all.
Yeah, and she has nothing there, so.
Yeah, in Louisiana, you can be put to death for aggravated rape of a child under 12. So, can't really say I disagree with that law. But. Now, I don't know. I don't know. I gotta wait to see the evidence that this actually happened.
I think Will was actually taken away from Red Jacket.
Yeah, when they had all those ATF troubles.
Yeah, and that's nothing new. But he was just associated him because of the show.
I don't think it's right that they disassociate him from Red Jacket because of allegations. I mean, anybody can accuse you of anything. Doesn't make it true.
Oh, that'd be pretty shitty to find out that the kid was lying.
Well, I mean, the reason I would think she's lying is because the first time they didn't charge him with anything else. They interviewed her, the police and Department of Children and Families, and they sent her back to him. I mean,
Yeah, but
I'd like to think
what's to gain there? I mean, it would almost be on the level of
because
a personal vendetta because it ruined him as far as TV goes.
well, it's because apparently the kid is he had that kid that is supposedly the victim is a kid he had with his ex-wife or ex-girlfriend, and they just recently broke up.
Ex-wife.
Ex-wife.
Oh shit!
And yeah, exactly. So that's why the first time when I saw that, I'm like, that's BS. I mean, I didn't believe it, And then when they said they sent the kid back to him, I mean, I'm not going to say it hasn't happened that they are guilty, but they send the kid back to him and it's a mistake sent. But I
And of
just don't
course,
see
this guy's doing what his lawyers are telling him and keeping his mouth shut.
as he should. I wouldn't say it. I would
No,
tell him the same thing. I wouldn't say anything.
you're right.
Unlike that other guy that I won't say his name, posted on Facebook and then got deleted. That it's too late. It's already out there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I can't remember his name, but he basically goes on and saying, innocent until proven guilty. But from what I know, I trust, the eyewitness or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I trust
I
the
mean,
individual.
I hate stories like that.
Accusations.
It's where it's high profile enough that you've got a lot of people out there willing to accuse him and how do you say it the nice way? Well, to sell him down the river when there's a possibility that it could be bad. I mean, I don't know, but
yeah. And I live under the thing that he is innocent until proven guilty. But if he is guilty,
then hellfire rains upon him. Then sure.
Yeah, exactly.
All for it.
And if he's innocent, I feel bad for him that these charges were brought against him because
his life's ruined.
Yeah, his life's ruined no matter what.
Completely ruined. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is the totality of the circumstances. I mean, just that allegation would ruin him. So I mean, if that was her goal, she's upset that they broke up. And she wants to get.
That's all supposition. I mean, she could be 100% correct too, and her life has been ruined.
I mean,
so how do you know?
That's why I'm saying I'm waiting for the evidence to come out before I say, guilty, not guilty. But
right.
From what I have read, I mean, now, given the links I've read, I don't. These media sites that put out whatever they want to get ratings. So whether she was aggravated that they broke up or not, they could say whatever they want, and those things don't necessarily make it true. But
yeah, sad thing if he is guilty, and it'll never happen. I would like him to be in Gen Pop so at least he can understand.
No. They do the death penalty in Louisiana. They should be going for that.
They're not. Everything I've seen is that she's over the age. So.
Well, from one article I read, it said that it started when she was 11. So if that's true, they could go for the death penalty.
They could, and I hope they do.
Now, I don't know when the last time they put a sex offender.
And you've heard me say that I am completely against the death penalty, which I am. But this is one of those cases where I'm not, because you never do that to a child.
Yeah, no, I can deal with any crime except ones that involve children and men that beat women. Those are the two that get me. Other than that,
but it's okay for a woman to beat a man.
That's not what I'm saying. But
no, but what you're saying is those are the two crimes you can't stand. But it's.
Well, no, because what I have run into.
You live by a double standard. That's okay. I get you now.
Okay, Court. No, if you'd let me finish what I'm saying, the cases that I have seen here, I have not yet seen one where a woman was beating a man. So I don't really have a set, it doesn't happen all that often. So I mean, I don't have a set feeling on it.
There's a few things in. Yeah, Will Hayden actually does deserve, if he is guilty, to be put in Gen Pop, and let those guys have their way with him.
That'll never happen. It will never happen.
It'll never happen, but let him feel what it's like.
Well, I was doing some looking into Moon Foods post in the chat there. Check out this link.
All right.
I'm just gonna put it in Gun Channels.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Uh,
Exactly,
did it
Talon. I
make me
say
go
leave
to
it to the
gun
jury.
channels after I closed it down, and now I
No,
gotta
no, no,
go?
no. Here,
Here, I'll
hold on.
post it in there if you want.
Oh, here, I got you.
Let's see what
All
this
right,
says.
thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, when I started this thing, I had to restart Chrome because Chrome doesn't like me switching from one browser to the other.
So, I mean, I read part of it I read about halfway through it before I posted it.
So what are you thinking here?
Well, I don't know, man. It's read it and see what you think.
I never saw this guy on the TV show. Well, maybe once. See, here, this sentence here of what he says, the justice system will deal with Will Hayden, but that's a separate issue from the pain and heartbreak that has been caused. Well, there's no heartbreak for
No, you
him.
didn't read the rest of it.
No, that's all I've read so far. I haven't, but that sentence right there is what got me.
Holy crap, man. Think about this. If you got involved in some crap, it'd be all over the internet. Your life would be an open book, just like this. OMG.
Okay, I read all the way down here to the quote by Stephanie. Do I need to read the quote by Stephanie, or does that have anything to do with it?
It almost looked like like a news release or something that she read or wrote.
Yeah, because, well, what does he mean here? My only concern at this time is the well-being of Stephanie and her sister, and also Rebecca Ramsey, who took quite a beating as well. Like, what?
You'd have to know those people, I guess. I don't know.
But what is he? Who took quite a beating? That's not the proper wording. It seems to me like he beat them or something. Is what he's saying. I mean, I could pull this whole thing apart. And
Where did you find that?
the last sentence before it goes to Stephanie's quote, it goes, "My only
Oh,
concern is the." You found it?
yeah, I'm looking right at it.
Who took quite a beating as well. Like, what does that mean?
Well, the way I'm reading that anyway is
No,
that
Rebecca Ramsey, who took quite a beating as well.
Yeah.
So whoever Rebecca
beating
Ramsey
online.
is.
Yeah, if you go back to him talking about memes and stuff like that, it's that they're taking a lot of
Okay.
public flack.
That must be who knows? Maybe the girlfriend
Will's
right now.
Will's ex-wife, I think.
See, here, according to TMZ, however reliable they are, I wouldn't suggest getting your news from them, but I'm going to read this anyway. Hayden is accused of something with a child daily since March 2013, and she was 11 years old. I'm not going to get into what it says here, but
Share the link.
now I'll share the link. But I don't want to read it out loud. I mean, I don't know how in
No, I
depth we
think
want to get
pretty
here.
much everybody knows what's going on with that.
Yeah.
Well,
there's a link at the bottom of that one. It says the poetic Facebook post from Hayden's son-in-law, Christopher Ford, but if you click it, it's nothing there. But it says if you go to the next page, it's replicated. So let's see.
and of course you've got the obligatory string of comments at the bottom.
Oh, of course, everybody knows everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm finishing up reading what this writer of this article is saying, and wow.
Here, let me post this. You all can read this. This is what Chris posted on his Facebook, apparently.
How is this whole situation not about Will Hayden?
I think what that guy was saying is that you've got people whose lives have been touched by this besides him. He was trying to be the nice guy.
Not the parts that matter. You're the one who caused this whole thing. Well, if it's true, you're the one who caused it all.
Dano was funny earlier. We were just yucking it up, man. It was fun.
Someone needs to read that Chris thing and get into that, because if that's true, then I'm kind of inclined to think he's guilty at this point.
What Chris thing? Did I miss it?
I'll post the link again. That link there is supposedly what Chris Ford, Hayden's son-in-law, he married Stephanie, posted on his Facebook like the next day or something.
But I'm reading this one. Isn't that the reason why victims don't report is because they're afraid the perpetrator will hurt them?
That's true, and there's a lot of other reasons. I mean, some people just don't think they'll be believed. Some people, some people think they had it coming because of the way they dressed. I mean,
well, hold on. You can't say that.
What?
A woman can dress any way she wants.
No. What I'm saying is the reason they don't report it is because they think they dressed a certain way, and that's why it happened to them. And that's why they don't report it, because they think they deserved it.
I see what you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I'm not blaming the victim here. No, I ain't doing that.
Wow. Christopher Ford suggested his wife, which is Stephanie, was also molested.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting from this.
Normally, I would say, it just doesn't happen. There's got to be history, and it's a possibility that she was molested.
Well, I've heard enough stories about, serial incest like that. So,
yep.
If it's going to happen to one, it's probably going to happen to the others, which is unfortunate as hell. And the thing is that as the child, they're trapped. What can they do? That's what's especially heinous if it's true. Ugh.
Oof, if that is true. Oh, wait a minute, but then he apparently deleted it and posted, "People seem to have misinterpreted parts of my poem, so I decided to delete it. Please, just pray if you care for us." How do you misinterpret any of that poem?
No. That's, well, you understand. He just threw that up there when he deleted it.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I mean there's just
you put something deeply personal up there like that, and realize that maybe that wasn't such a good idea. He
definitely had.
Doesn't necessarily mean anything.
He definitely had to have time to write that poem out. That's just not something that you can just think of and
I'm
as a poem.
Trying to think that what he's saying is true. I mean, you don't just write all that, I mean, that took some thinking, and I mean, I don't think someone would think all that out to make it up. I mean, that seems kind of out there. I think you all can agree with me on that.
Yeah, you don't write about like a poem out of that just out of anger.
That's not anger. That's
anger and reaction right away.
It doesn't take a FBI profiler to figure that one out. Well, I mean, I guess I can't. It's going to be interesting to watch this play out.
Interesting. Nothing about this is interesting.
So what have you been up to lately, Thin Blue?
No, me nothing. I've been busy doing stuff. And of course, you know what I meant when I said that. I wouldn't. Now I'm feeling bad for the way I worded it. But no, I've been up to nothing. Been helping out at my grandparents' house because they had a leak, and
Oh
get
yeah.
up on the roof.
What
this
did
is
you
you're getting
spend?
into
They had a leak. What did you do? Spend the night?
No.
you're getting into monsoon season down there here pretty soon.
Oh yeah.
Florida, yeah. And I tell you what, I love Florida in September. It's about the only month of the year I really like it, though.
In September? I was down there in September. The high temperatures were almost a freaking 100, and it was like freaking humid as hell.
Oh,
Yeah, September's kind of hot. You got to get mid-October, and then.
It was the very end of September and the start of October, and it was like the worst week of my life.
I guess I was there at a good time. There was a hurricane, though, so that probably sucked a lot of the heat out.
Yeah, that's probably why.
I was there at a good time. It was hurricane time.
Actually, it
I
was
love
pretty
those
cool.
120-mile-an-hour sustained winds.
Well, I'll tell you what, people's demeanor there just changes like overnight. It's
Uh,
and sorry, I didn't mean to just change the subject, but yes, I did. That whole other business is just depressing. Sorry.
Yes, it is. No, I agree with you there.
yeah, it is, but
I will knock on Florida, and I've been there once. It's never plan to go back. Kind of like
Florida. I love Florida.
Yes. No, I don't. Never plan to go
have
back.
good gun laws down here too.
Been to Minnesota once. Never plan to go back.
That's because you were the only person in the state. That state has a population of like 10.
Minnesota's actually got more people than Wisconsin.
Minnesota's pretty swampy. They got a lot of bugs there. I know that.
No. I've been to Alabama. I've been to Louisiana, Mississippi.
I
Louisiana's
don't know
a cesspool.
yeah, this is one thing I don't get. I don't know how you can just cross a freaking river, and you cross from people that are nice, courteous, friendly, and then you just run into assholes.
Where?
You kind in Minnesota, at least in the Twin Cities area.
Oh. I used to work for a company that flew me all over, and I probably spent, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks a year in Florida, and then just other places. So it was kind of cool. Got to see a lot of the country that way.
No, I'm not a big traveler.
I didn't mind Tennessee. Tennessee was cool. Really nice people. I had a feeling while I was in
Any place
Western
down south.
Tennessee. Yeah,
Well, except Atlanta. I didn't really enjoy Atlanta all that well. Of course, it was hot as blazes, and humidity was.
And there's a reason. Yeah, there's a reason why Wisconsinites call Illinois or people from Illinois fibs, because that's what they are.
What?
If you can't figure what fib stands for, let's say the I is Illinois. Fucking Illinois bastards.
Oh.
I just looked it up. Urban Dictionary's got it. And it even says, just pronounced fib by Wisconsinites, referring to people from Illinois.
Yep.
That's great.
I'm going to say this. I've been to Michigan. No problem with people from Michigan.
That's one place I've never been. Anywhere in Michigan.
My grandmother was born there.
Now, they do get a little weird up in the Upper Peninsula, but that's cool. They're just kind of like Americanized Canadians up in the Upper Peninsula. That's probably the best way to put it.
So what are people saying up there, up your way, Quark, about Scott Walker? Any noise of him looking to run in 2016?
He's got to win this gubernatorial election first.
I'm thinking he's going to win that hands down.
Yeah, not according to the polls. It's actually got Murray Burke in the lead.
Really?
Yep. And
Sandy, are you all having a race up there for governor or no?
Yes.
Oh, that's too bad. Sorry to hear that.
Here's the thing. Yeah, Mary Burke in likely voters leads 46%, 48 to
Oh,
46,
hold on a minute.
and then
That's not much of a
in
lead.
Regis in Wisconsin, that is. Because we got Milwaukee, who is basically the population center. That's basically the votes right there.
Same situation here in Oregon. Willamette Valley just trumps everything else. I mean, Oregon, if you took
in the Milwaukee area, she actually has a substantial lead.
Sandy, are you having a race up there for governor or no?
Unfortunately, well, hold on. I think we are, as a matter of fact.
Oh, good thing you're.
But
well, here's the thing.
I want to finish mine real quick.
Oregon hired this guy Kitzhaber for two consecutive terms. Then he was out for a term, and then they hired him back, kind of like what California did with Jerry Brown. And it's like, I mean, they call it a deep blue state. Actually, if you look at the election map for the counties in this state, it's predominantly red, except for where all the people are, all the libs. And of course, they get their way because they vote in numbers like that. And so they hire this guy again. He was a do-nothing governor then, and he's been a do-nothing governor now. And but he's facing some pretty strong opposition this time.
Well, I mean, it's better he does nothing than something bad.
The last race, it was a former Portland Trailblazer that was that he was up against.
Sean Kemp?
No, no, he would have won. Crap, I can't think of his name right now.
Sure,
Dudley.
I've got 24
Dudley.
children.
Chris Dudley. He was a center.
Yep.
Anyway, he actually got close, and the race was, I mean, he was in the lead all night long until they started counting votes in Multnomah County, which is like where the city of Portland proper sits, and he just fell away, at that point. It was a pretty heartbreaking night because it wasn't until, like midnight or past that the vote started to swing Kitzhaber's way.
Yeah, that's what happens here in Wisconsin.
That's what got me nervous about
oh,
ours.
God, you're going to win this. And then all of a sudden Milwaukee County turns in, and it's like, oh,
well,
my God, you just lost.
I don't know, man. I think Walker's got some big guns that help him spend some money there.
The other weird thing about the polls, too, is under registered voters, he's got a 48 to 46 lead. But under likely, it's 46 to 4, he's only got a 46% instead of 48.
Oh, you have that problem there, too.
Yep. And there's just a lot of issues, and it's not helping. Walker's got all this money to spend on ads. Only problem is Burke's running this one ad, and she's been running it strongly, which is a complete lie unless you just use the one statistic that they're using, and it's Wisconsin's dead last in job growth, is what she's saying, and in Midwest states. But there's only one study that shows that we're dead last, and it's a way they figure the numbers out. It's like the jobs lost are like 20 times more than the jobs gained. They just do this weird thing with this math.
The only thing, I'm not even from there, and I could tell him the only thing he needs to tell people is when was the last time you saw an income tax kicker?
Yep.
When was the last time the state was, had a balanced budget? Right.
Exactly.
That's all he's got to say.
Yeah.
You want to go back to that, or do you want to move forward?
That's exactly it. And I agree with you, but I did my research when I saw this ad. I'm going, even the federal government, if you just take in the Midwest states, ranks us third. We're in the top 15 in this freaking country.
They always play fast and loose with all the facts, because Charlie Crist is playing an ad that says,
and this isn't approved by Mary Burke. It's not it's not a Bloomberg ad that just says paid for by Bloomberg.
Well, what Charlie Crist is doing, he's saying that Rick Scott took $200 from each kid, $200 or $300, either way, it doesn't matter, from each kid education in Florida, which is true. However, what he fails to mention is we now have a surplus, and even more money is going back into the educational system. But of course, he's not going to say that in the end.
And by the way, Sandy, we had $1 billion surplus this year.
Yeah, I know.
Where three quarters of that money went back into the public's hands and basically tax rebates.
So I know it's not a right to ask somebody how they're going to vote, but let me assume you're going to vote for Scott Walker, right?
Hell yeah.
Okay, so you're telling everybody you know, and even people you don't, that what you just told me.
Yeah, I spent a half hour. I actually spent the longest time talking to my aunt. One thing was about guns, and she hates guns, and that led to talking about the governor election, all this stuff I looked up, and why you shouldn't vote for Mary Burke, because she'll vote, for based on ads. Really, she doesn't do a lot of research into it.
Oh.
I explain why she needs to vote for Walker. I mean, he's the one helping us out. He's the one getting us jobs. He's the one who's giving us money back when you got a balanced budget. We actually got a surplus.
So all you had to do
Mary
was
Burke
all you had to do was look at the state's finances before he was elected, and how quickly he turned it around.
Yep. And I said this to her. You know what Mary Burke voted to do with that money? Spend it all, and most of it was going to go toward the teachers' union.
Oh, so she's their candidate, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, well that just makes sense. So they tried twice to throw him out of office, impeach him or whatever, right? Recall him.
Recall him, yeah.
And failed miserably. And so now they're going to try this. I don't know. I guess they think that people have short memories, and I suppose that's true. But
I think it's people just get so fed up.
I'll tell you what. Here's the
that they
thing.
don't care anymore.
If Kitzhaber was the guy that did that, right, and him being a Democrat, I'd have to support him. I hate to say it, but I'd have to support him.
Yeah. What gets me too is Murray Burkle. We have Trek in this state. We're a great business. We pay our tax. Bullshit. All that's bullshit. You want to create jobs? Yet you send 75% of your jobs to China, and yes, you sent them because you're part of the board who agreed with it. So you sent 75% of Wisconsin jobs to China.
Who did?
75% of Trek's jobs to China. You want to keep jobs in Wisconsin? Bullshit.
Okay, you missed. I missed the who's on that.
Mary Burke. She was. She's the son of the founder of Trek.
Oh, I see.
Trek bikes, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's a Wisconsin company. They moved 75% of their jobs over to China.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
The anodizing plant that I worked for, one of their subsidiaries made frames for Giant and for Specialized. And we also were an aluminum extruder, a pretty big one, and extruded composite aluminum tubes to make the bike frames out of. It was pretty cool stuff. And the Formula One Harley from years ago, they actually built the frames, the aluminum space frame for that bike. It's pretty neat.
Cool.
Oh yeah, in fact, they had one of those Harleys, race bikes, on a stand in the lobby. And I mean, it was ready to go. Pour gas and oil in it and go. I would have loved to have ridden that motorcycle.
Yeah, you can't keep oil in a Harley no matter how hard you try.
No, this was a machine, man. This thing was a machine.
It's not a Harley unless it's leaking oil.
What was the name of that guy? The racer. His last name, I think, started with a B. Italian guy, I think. He was a good rider.
I don't know.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
All by Grayson.
I used to be into it big time years ago, but not so much
anymore. At least I started talking about Michigan, and here's Great Laker in here, and I just haven't said a word since.
Say again?
I said Great Laker joined this chat a while ago when we were talking about Michigan, and he hasn't said a word since he joined, and I guess he's been offended because we called them nice people.
Just here to keep an eye on you guys.
What's up, GL? I didn't have the tab on. I didn't even know you were in here.
Yeah, I popped in and then I got distracted. My brother keeps texting me. So.
Oh, I thought you were going to say I saw something shiny in the corner.
So how do you like your shield?
I like it a lot. I can't get the safety to actually go on no matter what I try, so I don't know. I don't think that'll be a problem. But I figure I can try this out, and if I like it, and then I see the one without the safety sitting around somewhere, I'll buy that one and sell the one I have. But if some other option comes along I like better, I can, try that one out as well. I got a smoking deal on it, so I was pretty happy.
Yeah, I can't remember what I paid for mine. It was in the mid 400s, I think. What did you get yours for?
$3.95 out the door with the background check and everything.
Oh wow, nice.
And I just got a store locally in town. I was in there chatting, and I was kind of up in the air between trying out the XDS9 or the Shield, and they had them both there. Kind of played around with both of them. Also tried that Sky, what is it, SC9 or whatever it is, CTX9. I can't remember what it was called. Of course, that one had a pink frame on it, so I wasn't going to buy that, although that would have been entertaining. But yeah, I just figured it was, $100 less than the.
Well, it's nice that you get I can't think of what the counts are. It's either a 6 and a 7 or a 7 and an 8 round magazine with them when you buy them.
It was it's a
I don't have it with me right
7, I think.
Yeah, that sounds right. I had my first failure to extract and failure to feeds on that thing yesterday. I was shooting this Magtech 9mm ammo. It was just pretty bad stuff, I guess. I got to looking at some of the rounds after I had those failures, and the cases were kind of lumpy, and it looked like they were just slammed together by a guy on a Lee press somewhere. I didn't. They were cheap. It was, I think it was $11.99 a box. I didn't even look at the price. It was what they had, so I bought it, right? And I'm shooting this stuff, and it stopped. I'm thinking, no, there's no way I'm out. And I look, and sure enough, I should have taken a picture of it, but put some other ammo in it, just a white box, ran flawless. So it was definitely ammo related.
Yeah, I got to take it to range the same day I got it. Just put a quick 100 rounds through it and never had any problems. The trigger's definitely, I wouldn't say it's lightened up. I think it's just me. Like I know where it's breaking better, and I'm more used to it now. But yeah, no, I really like it. Both magazines, whether it's the one with a little bit of extension or the flush one. I'm not a big guy, so I can still get my hand on there pretty good, even with the flush fit magazine.
Yeah, when I got mine, it shot okay, but there was a lot of grittiness in the take-up of the trigger. So I got in and I took the slide apart and took the transfer bar safety out and cleaned the hole up and put everything back together, and it runs great now. It's awesome.
Yeah, I think mine was definitely a floor model. It looked like everybody had their hands on it.
You had to clean some DNA off of it, is that right?
Yeah, I just got home and gave it a good bath and some hoppies, and it cleaned up. It looks like, as new as can be, no scratches on it or anything.
Well, you can't argue with the price.
Yeah, no, I was really pleased with that, and I like the shop a whole bunch too. So can't say I feel bad about buying it from them instead of. Honestly, when I see them online, the shop I go to charges $35 for transfers, and I'm assuming shipping would be in the $20 range for next day air or 2-day air or whatever they have to ship handguns for. So.
Oh yeah, I had $50 easy.
Exactly what you get it for online, and you don't get to see the gun first. So. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, they're great guns. With personal defense ammo, it's never had a problem. And in fact, it's never had a problem until just yesterday. And I know I've put close to 1,000 rounds through it already.
Yeah, I got a box of Fiocchi 115 grain. It's the XTP hollow point. And then I have a box of the Federal Premium HydroShock, 124 grain. So I'm gonna go try those both out.
I bet those will shoot nice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't suppose they would have any problems. I've shot the Fiocchi before quite a bit, and I really like it. And it's around $20 a box for 20, and the I don't know what I paid for the HydroShock, but it was significantly more. 25, 26 bucks.
Yeah, I think the personal defense ammo I shot out of it was Hornady, and I want to think it was in the 130 plus grain category, and it shot excellent with that. In fact, I have a 9C, and that 9C seems to flip more than the Shield does. I'm not sure if it's just because the 9C's handle is a little fatter, so it's a little harder to hold on to, or what, but I don't know. I like the way it shoots. Do you get out and shoot that AK at all?
No, I've had such a busy summer. I can pretty much only pop down to the range in town, and I haven't gotten out of town at all. Go up to Mount Hood or anything.
Mm-hmm.
That and my car doesn't really handle going out of town or anywhere in the woods. I'm not thinking about it. I have pretty solid plans to, once I see a decent, I'm looking at the Volvo V70 XC, like an early 2000s model, one of those.
That's the tall wagon type?
Yeah, it's a big boxy wagon.
Yeah, no, those are nice cars.
Yeah, right now, I mean, my car has about the same resale as one of those, so I can pretty much trade laterally, and my car is way too low to the ground to get over some of those roads. They were pretty good when I moved out here, and they've subsided, and they haven't done anything to like fix them, so like now I get stuck halfway to where I used to go shoot. It's kind of entertaining. Although my car was low enough that I was able to drive under a tree that had fallen over the roadway once on the way up there. And then I kind of realized that might have been stupid, that if I, came back on the way down, I mean, I don't know how long the tree had been there. If I'd come back on the way down the side of the mountain, if, the tree had slid and blocked me off, then I would have been really screwed. But
well, just a good thing to have with you for sure, a shovel, some rope, and a saw of some sort, a bow saw at the least.
Yeah. Well, this tree was bigger around than my car. So.
Oh, no, you wouldn't have had a chance.
Yeah. Also, if it had given way in the couple of minutes that it wasn't minutes, but like a few seconds of passing under it, and that would have been interesting.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And that was the same time when I went up there.
If you ever want to come out, I can put my phone number in here. You just give me a call. If you want to come out to the 100, 200 yard range at
Beaver Creek
at the gun club there, just call me and we'll meet. In fact, there's nothing on the schedule for tomorrow. I don't know what your plans are, but
I'm doing Labor Day stuff with some friends, and then on Tuesday, my other day off, which is weird that I got 2 days off in a row. Got to do friend's birthday stuff in the afternoon. Yeah, no, I'd like to.
Yeah, just call that number anytime, and if you want to meet up out there, bring that with you. And get you in for a guest. It'll cost you $5. Shoot all you want.
No, that's an awesome deal.
Yeah, they got a nice range there too. So, I would have to look at the schedule ahead of time. In fact, they'll have a new one coming out. Should be out today or tomorrow, I would think. Some days the ranges, they have long-range guys that close the range down on Thursdays, usually until, I want to think, noon or 1 o'clock. It just depends on what's going on, But if you think you want to come out, just let me know, and we'll pick a day that works.
Cool, definitely.
Yeah, I'd like to see that thing in action. Be awesome.
Well, I would, I would too after it's been a
I'll run
while.
cameraman for you. You can put your
Excellent.
video up on it. Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, I mean, I've seen the videos of you guys out there, and it looks like a great place to go shoot. So,
Oh yeah. Yeah, I had my first bad range day there yesterday. Got
I know
there
you were saying
looking
it
at.
took forever to set
Oh,
up.
I know. Yeah, right. It was horrible. But yeah, you know, it's the way it goes. They were having technical difficulties. I can deal with that. But other than that, it's all been extremely positive. In fact, I'm kind of thinking about next year shooting that. I don't know what it's called. What do they call it? PSC or what PCA or whatever it is. It's kind of like 3-gun, but not really. Just shoot at targets on a time basis. Looks like fun.
Sorry, I'm getting all distracted trying to do something project here on the computer.
Oh, I hear you. Dano,
I'm back.
I promise I won't see any. I promise I won't see anything about your hands.
Everybody done mopping up the mess that was made? That was like just beyond the pale. Beyond the pale.
You weren't really upset though, were you?
Oh no, no.
No,
I just wasn't interested in that line of discussion. So I was kind of bored at the moment. So I needed to take care of some other things. But Great Laker, I saw you got on here. I want to ask you a question.
Sure.
I'm new to the whole A-Cave platform thing.
Yeah, well, I am too. So,
Well,
that's the first one I've on.
maybe you can help me out here with one little question I have. Is I cleaned mine for the first time tonight, as far as kind of a thorough cleaning, and I'm trying to figure out how I can clean out the gas tube where the piston goes in and out of. And was that like a 40 caliber brush or like a 20 caliber shotgun brush, or what would you suggest?
Well, when I cleaned mine out, I mean, if you weren't here a couple seconds ago or weren't listening, we were literally just talking about how I haven't even been able to get it to the range to shoot it yet. So, I was just using 45 caliber wadding, like just the little flannel patches used for cleaning bore. That's what I was sticking down there to clean out the factory gunk. So.
Okay. Because I don't think I have a 45 caliber brush.
Yeah. I didn't use a brush. I just used the, Hoppy solvent or some kind of solvent. I'm not sure what I was using on it at the time, but and I just used patches. And I think the patches are basically for that are like 1 by 1, maybe 1.5 by 1.5.
But didn't you put the patches over something to force it to fit?
Yeah, I just used one of those aluminum rods with a little patch holder on the end.
Okay.
And I usually I fold the patch kind of so it makes a triangle. Poke one of the corners into the the corner with the crease on it or whatever, in through the hole, and then I kind of turn the patch over the head of the patch holder.
Yeah, I mean, I've got thicker patches I could use that are like meant for a shotgun and so forth.
Yep.
It just, my other concern is it getting jammed in there, and then I have to disassemble the front end and pull it out.
For the gas tube though?
What's that?
You're talking about the gas tube?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, nothing got stuck in there, and I figured even if it did, you can kind of you can find something to just ram down in there.
Right. I mean,
little bits of lint or something like that, or
I could disassemble the front end and pull the front hand furniture off.
Yeah.
And try to pull it out the other direction. It just, I don't want to make a molehill into a mountain.
Yeah.
What about? Did you guys talk about using a 20 gauge shotgun brush?
Well, that's what I was wondering about, because that I have.
Yeah, that would probably work fine.
Just make sure you don't turn the handle counterclockwise at all while you've got it in there. You should be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I just figured that there had to be a trick to getting in there, and it looks like it was not well cared for over the years. Of course.
Got a little rust inside of there.
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. And because I kept on running patch after patch after patch after patch. It's like, I need a stainless steel, brush hooked up to a drill, trying to get this crap out of here. But as best I could without using anything too.
Is it running?
What do you mean? Is it running?
I mean, the rifle, is it running?
Yeah.
I mean, just the fact that it wasn't for so long before you got it, I mean, it'll probably kind of clear itself out a little bit, right?
Well, I have no idea how long it had not been running and how long Century had it when they were called refurbing it and changing some of the parts, and like if they ever fire around through it.
Oh, I don't know.
I would think with as much stuff as they change, that they might want to just fire one round through it to make sure that the system works.
Yeah, who knows if they do that or not? You didn't get around in the box, I take it.
No, because this is not a brand new.
I mean, a shell, I should say.
Yeah, because the barrel is a Yugoslavian barrel, and.
I know those things tend to rust. I'm no expert on them at all, but I know they tend to rust over the years.
I got running those patches through, I could see the rust.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because it wasn't just coming out dirty, like dirt from a normal firing. It was coming out like rust colored.
Don't they come apart? Can't you get those out of there without taking the barrel and stuff off? I mean, you obviously you don't want to do that.
When you say take those out of there,
take the gas tube out. Isn't it possible to take that gas tube out of the?
I can take the front end out, like up by the barrel where the hand furniture is. Yeah, I can take that out.
Right.
It's the part that's attached parallel to the barrel that I can't take out easily, I should say. From where the chamber is all the way up to where the furniture begins. That's the part I'm trying to get to.
Oh.
Because from the furniture forward, I can just remove that myself, and then I have a little 6 or 7 inch piece that I can just run some sort of a wire brush, rotary wire brush through. And I'm not looking to get it, spiffy, clean, brand new. I just want to minimize any neglect that may have happened.
Right.
And then in the future, I can just do what I'll call minor cleanings instead of major cleanings. I realize that's counterintuitive to the whole AK society.
Well, I don't know about that.
Like, oh, we never clean our guns. We never. It just seems like, well, that's just asking for, it's like any tool. It will serve you as long as you serve it, and take proper care and use. If you abuse a tool, it's not going to last long.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's like keep everything clean. I mean, it's kind of fun to run an experiment and see how long you can beat up on a gun, but
yeah, I'm not looking to do a matte V on it.
Digital is saying use a 12 gauge brush. DF2 is saying run hoppies, run oil, shoot, and repeat.
Say that again.
Digital said run a 12 gauge brush in it.
Okay.
DF2 dot said run hoppies, then run oil. I'm assuming he means patches. Shoot it and then repeat. So I imagine, it sounds like there's only so much you can do there, and it sounds like it's not something you're going to be able to just start and finish in one sitting.
Right, and that's fine because I'm not in any rush.
Right.
I'm more interested in doing it right than I am in doing it quickly.
I don't know if you'd want to put any kind of rust remover inside of there.
Exactly.
I can't think that you would want to do that.
That seems kind of potentially dangerous.
Well, right. You don't want to eat the metal up.
As well as, there's some lube on parts that are so buried inside of there, I may never be able to lube them again. Short of a dip.
What are you talking about? What parts of an AK can you not lube?
You're coming halfway to a conversation, and then we got to start all over again.
Nah, I've been listening to you ramble on, but I can't figure out what the hell you're talking about because you're just rambling like an old man.
Okay, and now I'm rambling, and you expect me to be more hospitable to you.
Not hospitable, just coherent. To present day and present time. Who's the president right now, Dano?
What's that?
Who's the president right now?
Well, why don't you ask Sandy, see if he had any difficulties understanding?
Okay, so what part are you trying to clean, like the gas tube or the gas key?
Well, I guess that's an interesting question.
Yeah.
What is the difference?
Okay, so the gas tube is the tube on top of the barrel that you can remove. It's like a little 6-8 inch piece.
Yeah, not that piece.
The piece in front of that rises off the barrel, that's the gas key.
Okay, the gas key.
Okay, so
and that connects to the gas block. Is that right?
Well, the gas key and the gas block is basically the whole fucking thing. Yeah.
Okay, so they're like pressed together. There's no getting them apart.
Well, I mean, it's basically all one piece. It's not even pressed together. It's all one piece.
Oh, well, okay.
I mean, the part on the front, yeah, I can easily get that off. Just by removing the furniture.
Yeah. So then you're talking about the part that's in front of that? Like that little, just like small little hole? Well, it's maybe like the size like a 9mm or 40?
Yeah, like a 40 plus.
Yeah, well, at that point, just stick a 40 brush in there. But honestly, I mean, I just put my pinky in there and just wipe it out. Because, I mean, I don't want to put any oils in there.
Your finger.
Huh?
It's much longer than your finger.
How long?
This is from the breech of the barrel up until where your furniture.
That's not in the front then, bro. That's not in front of the gas tube.
Oh, God, I'm going to have to get my gun out.
Yes, please, because you're rambling now.
I'm not rambling. I don't think you know what you're talking about.
He's going to get his gun out so he can show. That would be the best thing.
I'm in here specifically to curse Talon out. I can't stand Talon. He's a cheater. I walk away for like 6 hours and this guy comes in to steal my contest away from me.
I voted for Girk.
Girk did have the best picture.
I thought it was good.
That was the best picture.
And I didn't think it would be right to vote for everybody.
We'll put it like this: since I entered the contest, I didn't care if I voted for everybody. But yeah, I was hoping people that didn't enter the contest would think more along the lines like you. But yeah, I was really mad about my picture because my lighting is so horrible. If I used a flash, it would wash it out. If I didn't use a flash, it'd be too dark. I just could never get it right. I took like at least 50 pictures trying to get the right one.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Horrible.
I screwed the pooch on that. I haven't been really paying a lot of attention to the homepage, so I didn't even know what was going on.
You know what's funny? I didn't even find out about it until like 2-3 days ago.
Oh.
And when I found out about it, Talon had like 3 likes, Moonfood had like 3 likes, and I think Robbie had like 2 likes. And then within 48 hours of me joining it, people are ending up with like 20 likes, and I had 18, and Kirk had like 12 or 13. I was already picking out my prizes last night. Damn. I told G-Webs what I wanted.
Picking out your prizes.
I was whoring my picture all day, hardcore to catch
Really?
back up.
You lucky, dude. I got shit to do.
Hardcore, man. I was sending out PMs and chat like crazy.
I checked it, maybe like around 2 o'clock, and I was like, man, if I'm not around for this chat earlier, I'm gonna miss a great, promotion opportunity.
My wife saw me tapping away on a keyboard, and she's like, "Look at you! Look at you! I've never seen you like this."
I think
I'm
I
like,
think
dude, I'm down. I was down by like 3 or 4, like all night, man, and then like finally, I started closing the gap.
I think Dano went senile and forgot his safe combination.
Fuck you.
No, so I jumped in. I jumped in here because we're talking about what this gas tube here. You're trying to.
I don't know. No, Dano doesn't. Dano can't even tell me what a gas.
No, but then
what
you
part it
were
is. We're
talking
gonna figure it
about
out.
the gas key being in front of the gas tube. What are you
That's what
talking
I
about?
thought. Yeah, I thought it was the gas
Gas-
key. All right,
Gas keys
hold on,
on
hold
top of the
Is
bolt.
everybody looking?
All right, guys.
I'm locked into you.
Okay. This is where the rear sight begins.
Hold it
You got
higher.
a flashlight, Dano?
Hold it higher. You're a little low. Yeah, and it is kind of dark.
You got a flashlight?
No, I'm white, so it should be easy for Marco to figure it out.
All right.
Okay. From this point here
Mm-hmm.
to this point here, because from this point here up front, it's removable.
Okay.
The furniture, I can remove this.
So that's basically like the trunnion part, I guess.
So it's just this part right here.
Yeah. Well, then, yeah. Just you're probably gonna have to figure out a brush that fits it, whether it be like a 20 gauge or I don't know, maybe even like a 50 cal. I'm thinking maybe closer to a 20 gauge if that's bigger than 50.
Because this is the only part of the gas system that is not removable.
You know, all right. Well, Dano, like, do you use like I'm
And
pretty
I got to put it back together.
I generally use just like I don't know, just shitty like towels or whatever, just specific gun cleaning towels or whatever. So my towel's kind of small, and like what I'll do is I'll just thread it through, and like when I thread it through, I'll like wind it, like swish it back and forth. I really don't
Well, you
brush
know
that
what?
part out.
Get yourself a big ass bore snake and just run that bad boy back and forth through there.
Well,
Yeah.
if 4 snakes weren't $29, I might.
But honestly, Daniel, like that part, you don't have to actually scrub because since it's a piston, it's not like it's like an airtight seal. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, like you'd honestly have to shoot 1,000,000 rounds before you built up enough carbon for that fat part of the trunnion to cause a malfunction.
Does the piston even come close to the sides of the walls at that point, or is that just guiding the rod itself?
It's just guiding. It's literally maybe like twice the diameter of the actual piston.
I can feel the gap in there. It's so sloppy.
Yeah. So it's not like you're trying to maintain some kind of seal there. It's just got some crud in it.
I'm trying to determine how much crud is in there.
But we'll put it like this: like there's going to be a lot of crud, but never enough to cause a malfunction. And if anything, just use like an entire paper towel like sheet or whatever, like a full size one, not one like the medium ones, and just fish it through there and just wipe it around. Like that's what I do. I honestly don't scrub in there. I do have a very big fucking nylon brush. I think it's even bigger than like a 12 gauge. And for stuff like that, like if I feel like it, okay, I'll shove it down there. But I honestly don't scrub there, bro.
Yeah.
Sounds like you could put a brush on the end of a drill if you really just were OCD about it and just swab it out real good and be done with it.
I mean, this is the type of gun that Yankee could never have. I mean, because there's no way you'll ever get it, perfectly clean or rust proof, whatever.
Yeah, that's the rear sight block or like the trunnion part or whatever. I thought he was talking about up front in front of it.
I know, me too.
Well, now I can't get the damn dust cover on here.
Use 2 thumbs.
Try a hammer.
The dust cover is kind of like the most fragile part of the whole gun. It's like I feel like I could bend this with my fingers. Just feels cheap.
It's because it is.
Yeah, I know you're right.
I mean, they were made to a price.
Yeah, a price point.
Exactly. I mean, it doesn't make it bad. It just is what it is.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Dano. Like there goes another perfect thing. I mean, obviously, I'm pretty sure you use an old toothbrush. You can get an old toothbrush in there and just work that around without really having to buy a specific brush because You can just like scrape the sides with just a toothbrush, honestly.
Right. Well, since Great Laker was in here, and since he said he had one, I figured, well, rather than trying to reinvent the wheel and use 4 or 5 different brushes, I could just ask, and somebody could just tell me. Do it the easy way.
Yeah, well, that's what I used, was just the 45 patches, and I kind of cleaned it out as best I could. Didn't really go to town with it. I didn't use any brass brushes or anything.
So what gun solvents do you guys know of that are actually any good for rust?
Oh, I don't know.
There's actually a rust remover that I use.
Oh, you're the Curio guy. You would know. What do you use?
Yes, Dano is a Curio. And,
No, Great Laker's the Curio guy. He's
No.
got all of those old
For any
Makarovs.
guns that have like bluing on them and stuff like that, I usually just use really light steel wool and just be very gentle with it. But if I can find this stuff, it's pretty awesome here. Just give me a second.
The only one I know of that works is Mother's, but I don't know if I'd ever put that on a gun.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to dissolve the gun. I just want to clean the gun.
Exactly. You try to convert that rust and get it out of there. Try to kill it. I do know this. This is a if you know anything about bluing, especially rust bluing, boiling water will kill rust. It'll stop it in its tracks. You know that?
never knew that.
Yeah. So if you got a gun that's rusting and like a slide or something, an old blued slide,
I forgot about the fact that Dano said it's starting to rust there.
Well, I'm just saying, you could dip it in boiling water and then dry it and oil it, and it'll basically kill the rust.
The thing is like, I mean, as far as I know, like bluing is definitely like a form of rusting. So like a lot of rust removers are going to take that right off,
Those AKs aren't really blued though; they're just painted mostly, right?
Yeah.
Or parkerized.
Yeah. But I want to get back to cursing out Talon. That motherfucker. That motherfucker. One day of not being on the chats, and this guy just fucking spread eagles for everybody to fuck him. And I just got another like on my Instagram. My Instagram got 24 likes from that picture.
Yeah.
Guns and shoes.
Fun new thing. I already got my next gun shoe picture idea.
There you go. It's a whole series.
There it is.
Is that one going to include a G patch?
My G patch is in the mail, asshole.
I wondered what that picture was all about. I saw your picture. I'm like, okay.
Honestly, I could have swore I had a G patch already.
Well, if I get an extra one in my
honestly, like, did you guys not think that I had a G patch? I mean, like, you guys would assume that at least I had a G patch as well. You know what I'm saying? I thought the same thing.
If I get an extra one in my prize package, I'll send it your way.
Nice.
Oh,
that was nice.
Fuck you. I got some more patches. I just spent like another $50 on patches, young. Going crazy on patches.
Hey, Robbie had an idea earlier. I don't know if he's still in the chat here. For the next competition, and it looked like G-Webs liked the idea. He had said something about doing like a scavenger hunt with like you gotta have like
you gotta have a G-patch.
You gotta have a G-patch.
And Instagram every clue that you find with it, or whatever.
No, but you know, you have your
list of stuff, right?
Competition. Yeah, you have to have like a list of stuff or something like that. And G-Web.
So take your G-patch and put it up against. I'm thinking.
Take a picture and then post it.
A Vietnam War memorial should be one of them.
I have the Vietnam War memorial like 10 miles away from me. I'd smash it.
Yeah, everybody does.
Yeah, that would be cool.
That should be one of the things on the list.
Like a war memorial. I don't think it has to be Vietnam. You could just say any war memorial.
That'd be okay. Yeah, that'd be fine. I'm just thinking that would be one thing that should be on the list. That would be my one and only suggestion.
We got a War Memorial Museum not far, and then there's a park like right around the corner over here that there's a what is it? A Sherman tank out front.
Oh, a G patch on a Sherman. How cool would that be?
Yeah, it would be cool, right? But the city or somebody painted the tank. It's kind of fucked up.
Oh.
They had it was like original, like olive drab for years. It was sitting there, and then like I'll say like 8 years ago, somebody came along and looks like what they had in mind was like the original Iraq desert ammo, but it didn't come out like that. Like the vision was there, but the artistic ability wasn't.
The good thing is that olive drab paint
Mm-hmm.
is pretty easy to come by.
Yeah.
You can always paint it again.
Yeah, but that would be cool too.
You got me kind of going on that. Where can I find a tank? We got a National Guard armory. I wonder if I could talk my way into that. I doubt it.
Yeah.
If I could get a hold of an M1A1 Abrams, that would be pretty damn cool.
Don't give me ideas, man. I'm good at these competitions. Ask Digital.
Oh, go ahead, you know. He's gonna get a picture of a tank like sleeping with the whole fucking battalion. Fucking showing naked pictures of his little sister and shit.
Oh yeah, did you see that? I'm telling you, man, I hoard that picture out.
You add that caption like 40 days later.
I got a couple likes out of that one. I don't actually have a sister though, so sorry if anybody believed it out there.
Dano's gonna get his drill, I think.
Dude, I've been to 2 massive barbecues in 2 days. Ridiculous amounts of food. My fucking belly button has an erection right now. I'm so stuffed.
This is my headshot special.
What you got there,
Hold
Dano?
it higher.
700?
It's too low. Higher.
Got my Marlin with my micro grooved barrel.
Oh yeah.
To shoot you in the center of the fucking forehead every time.
Hey, quick question: does the micro grooving only come on the 22 LR? Because my 22 LR bolt action has it. But I don't know if they do that for anything else.
I don't know. I've only seen them in the LR.
So yours is 22 then?
Something else? I think they only come with like I mean there may be a 22 short, but none of the higher calibers.
Okay, so the Marlin like in 357, the Marlin in like 308, none of that shit has micro rifling.
I can't say that for a fact, but that's my understanding. So, if you want to be scoped out, let me know.
Well, hey, Mr. C now, you might want to lift up the caps on your scope, because if not, I don't believe that you're scoping anybody.
You know, we are on
check
the
that link out.
And on the internet, it's not real.
Yeah, did you safety check that thing before you pointed that at me?
Are you kidding? I made sure it was totally fucking dangerous.
No, these YouTube videos crack me up, man. You go on YouTube and everybody's like, "Oh, don't worry, I danger checked it." Like, oh, come on, really? Like,
checked it for what? The viewer's safety?
yeah.
Yeah, I remember coming across this article looking into these microgroove barrels at once. I went ahead and linked it internal if you guys want to check it out. It tells you the whole story on microgrooves.
I know currently, as far as popular manufacturers, Marlin is the only one that has it. There may be some less popular ones that do. Can you give me the long and the short of it?
Long and the short of it is it comes in more than 22s.
Okay, still?
They said all of their 22 LR, 22 Magnums have them. 336s and 3030, 35 Remington are made with microgrooves. It says Remington 35 Remingtons have Ballard rifle barrels. All of the big bore lever guns are now fitted with Ballard rifled barrels. Their 3220 and 41 Magnum 1894s are fitted with microgroup barrels.
Currently, because I'm seeing like from 1953 and 68.
If you look down towards the bottom, the last couple of paragraphs kind of gives you the last 3 paragraphs really kind of gives you the upshot on what they're doing now. The rest of it's history.
I wonder if the micro grooving is only truly better if you have a lot less volume of gas, which is why it would make a difference in a 22, but as to why Marlin would not reign supreme on the larger calibers.
Now there's another link that I found when I was doing this that actually showed pictures and talked about that. I got to try to find it now. I don't remember.
Hey, Talon, you know what I was just thinking? I just realized because I'm one of the first people that got to like beta test like gun channels or whatever. I'm actually a moderator, which means I can go into like your page and pull down your post and like just completely fuck up like your personal like profile. I should have taken down your picture like 2 days ago when I had to say it.
This is turning into the net with Sandra Bullock here.
This should have got
Alan and Sandra Bullock.
I don't lose too well, I don't do well at losing.
Hey, it's all right, man. You kept me motivated.
So do we know when the next contest is going to start? That's what I want to know.
No, I don't even know what the prize package for this one was, or G-Web's put up. See, if you go to the actual contest page.
Because you know what's funny? Like the contest page came down off the side yesterday. So if it would have ended the 30th, I would have beat you. Because it came off the side. On like after the 30th, 31st, it wasn't there anymore.
Yeah.
So I win.
Well, if you go to the Gun Channel's giveaway page where we all posted our pictures, off to the side it says event details, and it says
patches.
What's that?
The giveaway is patches.
Yeah, that's what I figured. But it says any and all members with an official Gun Channel G patch are eligible. Take a photo with your patch, cooler the better. Post the photo in the gallery for this giveaway, and then it gives a link.
You know, you guys got kind of cheated on your Gun Channels patch. My Gun Channels patch, the G is oriented corner to corner. I got one of the original ones.
Well, oriented corner to corner.
Because
corner to corner, to where if the G is normally upright, the patch is actually a diamond.
Oh, okay.
I was told early last year that if I went from monthly, and it was a mass mailing, but if I went from monthly paying to paying for a whole year, that as a thank you that they would send me the patch. So I went ahead and changed it to pay for the whole year. Never got the patch, but never really thought more of it until this contest came. And all of a sudden it's like, no, I paid like back in March, February, early in the year for the whole year. Never got the patch, but now that I suddenly have to have it, I don't got it.
Dogs, you could have competed without it. Relax. I did, and I almost fucking won.
You could have just made your own out of paper and put it on there and took a low-res photo, and nobody would have known the difference.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. But
Look, this is only because of me and because I almost fucking beat Talon is why people gave me so much shit for not having it in there. But I almost fucking won.
I told you about the contest. You were like, wait, what contest? What are you talking about?
Yeah. I mean, I just found about it when you mentioned it to Marco, John, is when I suddenly realized I never got my patch.
Yeah.
And it's like, I paid for that 6 months ago.
Well, there was I don't know where I saw it, but there was a page I came across where Guru was at the top, and it said, for all members that are yearly members, send me a PM with your information and we'll get a patch out to you. So I was like, all right, cool. And then I couldn't even send him a message until I had to request him to be my friend, and then he had to accept that, and then I was able to get a PM through to him. he never got the PM. I ended up having to find him in one of these chat rooms and caught him on here, and he told me to send him a PM, and then he sent me out the patch, and I had to do all that just to get into the contest.
In a van down by the river?
Can you just buy these patches anywhere, or?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I'd like to get two of them.
They're
but I
talking
wanna-
about doing another batch now. They want to do like a
Yeah.
Coyote Tan.
And as much as I'd like to get, and I'd be willing to pay for one of the new patches. I want one of the old patches because I know it's a limited edition.
I'd like a circular one because I want to cut the patches off of my Chuck Taylors and then sew the gun channel patch on in place.
On your PF
Like,
flyers.
perfect. They're like the exact size.
Okay, I got to ask you. As another demonstration of how old I am, what are Chuck Taylors?
They're like the newer version of PF flyers.
They've
Okay,
been making Chuck Taylors since like the 50s or 60s.
are they gym
PF
shoes?
fly-
They're just like that old style basketball shoe.
The old style ankle canvas shoe.
Converse.
Yeah.
Yeah, Converse All-Stars, Chuck
Yes.
Taylors, Chucks.
That's my language is Converse.
Yeah, well, they say Chuck Taylor on them, you know.
You knew exactly what a PF flyer was.
Well, your PF Flyers are nice. That's a step up. You're gonna pay like $60 for those.
I mean, when I went shopping with my mom as a kid, whatever was the cheapest was what I was going to get.
No shit, right?
Yeah, well, that's why I buy Converse because they're
I used to
$39 a pair.
I used to beg and plead for like Adidas or something like that. Nope, got to get the Converse, and even though the Converse I got, it had to be the canvas ones.
Yeah, that's what I always
What
buy.
other kind are there? I mean,
No, I never
They're
got.
nice
I
ones
never
now.
got the real
Yeah,
ones
actually, they're
either.
the best kind anyway. They let you run faster because they're light.
yeah, they are.
Marco, how old are you?
I'm like 30.
They have no arch support though, which kind of sucks.
Exactly. It,
Who
Yeah,
fucking
they're-
cares?
they're
It's better to
nothing
run
but-
barefoot than to run with shoes.
They're pretty much just deck shoes.
Well, those Adidas Samba, those indoor soccer type shoes that they have, those have like arch support and they're pretty nice. They're like a little bit more, but I used to wear those a bunch too.
See, when I was a kid, I was always allowed to buy. I could buy any pair of shoes that I wanted, but that was the one pair of shoe. So come hell or high water, no matter what growth spurt I had that year or whatever, that was my one shoe until next September.
Yeah.
yeah.
When I was a little kid, my parents used to always buy me the white Reeboks.
Oh, you got the girl Reebok Classics? Here's
Yep, I always had to wear girls' shoes.
So
They're
what-
like-
for
Little
our
sneakers.
generation, if you didn't
When I
have
was
the
in
real
school-
ones, what were they called?
Which one? The Reebok Classics?
No, if you had the Converse but you didn't have the logo on the side, whatever they call them,
The Bobos?
the Bobos.
Bobos, they
I
make
always-
your feet feel fun. Bobos, they
I always
cost
had the
$1.99.
I had to wear my Converse no support insoles for cross country in 7th grade. Can you imagine running a couple of miles with no support?
It's actually better for your feet.
Your toothbrush is
Most of
also
them
made out
Really
of
long
wood.
distance runners, like
Yeah,
the
good cake
Aboriginal
machines.
people who run for hundreds of miles, they don't wear shoes. There's a reason
I-
for that. It's
I
better
was a
for your
suburban
feet.
kid. I was not an Aboriginal, and still am not today.
Well, I mean, the thing is, though, it lets you run better. You run in a different way when you're running barefoot or in moccasins or something like that, and it's actually more efficient.
That's how
They've
Jim
proven
Thorpe
this time and time again.
Jim Thorpe, right there. That's how he used to wear shoes, so he would run on the balls of his feet better.
Yep.
No, Jim Thorpe wasn't great because he had great shoes. Jim Thorpe was great because he was Jim Thorpe.
He was like, I think he was like
No,
half god.
That's not actually true. If you look it up, you will find that people who are like run as part of their society and stuff, like Indians in Mexico and stuff like that. They can run for hundreds of miles and they run barefoot. And the
That's
reason they can do it is because they run barefoot.
No, they can do it because the cartel's after him.
Yeah, we could do it too.
But I mean,
Bob,
I've seen
you would have to
there's
look
been
up
studies
exercise.
done, like people who were sports psychologists and stuff like that have run barefoot, and they've tested people running barefoot on treadmills and running with shoes, and they run differently, but they're way more efficient if they're not wearing shoes.
Well, what's that country in Africa that has like more marathon runners than any other?
Is it
country?
Ethiopia?
Yeah, Zimbabwe, I think it was.
Oh,
well,
down south.
yeah, I thought it was maybe Kenya. I don't know.
Kenya. You're right. That's
maybe
it.
Kenya, yeah.
Yeah, and they it's because everybody just has to run really far distances to get to anything, so they've
Yep.
always been like excellent runners.
Either that or there's
The
a lot of
kids have to
lions
run to
around.
school. Yeah, the kids have to run 10 or 15 miles to school every morning.
Yeah, but man, they have tons of amazing runners.
Really tall, lanky guys.
Yeah, and they all learn to run barefoot, and they run. People who run barefoot run differently, completely differently than somebody wearing shoes. People who wear shoes, they step on their heel instead of the pad of like the front of their foot, and it's just a completely different way of running. It breaks your feet down faster. Yeah, it's all kinds of ways. It's better to run barefoot or with a very minimum.
They're just the ones that didn't get eaten by the lion.
Yeah, that means they're faster.
Well, fallen arches wasn't like a big problem in the United States, and then as of recently, because of like shoe design, like the last 30, 40 years or whatever,
Yeah.
most people have fallen arches because of constantly wearing shoes and never going barefoot. So
Not
like-
because of Converse,
yeah,
is it?
in the 1890s, it was normal. Your kid did not wear
Converse.
Yeah.
There needs to be like a class action lawsuit. And we'll ban
Against Converse for my fallen arches.
Yeah.
It used to be normal for kids not to be allergic to everything under the sun.
Yeah, that's true too.
I mean, literally, every family has one or more kids allergic to fucking everything.
I got one kid that's allergic to dog hair and pollen, but
Well, it used to be when you ate something and it made you sick, you just didn't eat it anymore. You didn't make a big deal of it.
Yeah.
Now nobody in the school can have that food because it might make the one kid sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, peanut butter. I smell your peanut butter sandwich. Ew.
Yeah,
I'm
man, I
gonna
don't-
die.
I've always been allergic to
Let's do that
grass.
to you.
I
That's
would
good
get
for
the-
the swimming pool.
In the spring, it gets horrible.
Mm.
Constant sneezing, running nose, red
Yeah,
eyes.
well, that sort of stuff is not new. I'm talking about the like gluten and all that crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's more people trying to make money off. Oh, I
Like
can.
celiac is like serious, but then there's other, some people just
my
do a
aunt was on
dietary thing.
My aunt was on this gluten-free kick, and so every Sunday they have breakfast at this bar because they make really good food. But then it's also Bloody Mary morning as well. They have Bloody Mary bar, and her biggest concern was that it wasn't gluten-free. So they told her they got her some special celery and stuff that was gluten-free, and so now she has gluten-free Bloody Marys with
So
Sunday
Bloody-
breakfast.
Bloody Mary can't be.
I know.
And I mean, like, that vodka's got
But she's all about her gluten-free Bloody Marys. It's just the funniest thing ever.
As long as she thinks it is, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
See, that would go over really big in Portland if you just put gluten-free Bloody Mary on your.
Oh,
Board out.
you'd have them lined up.
Yeah.
Lined up in one door and falling down out of the other.
Falling down only if they were actually allergic in the first place. They didn't just convince themselves that they were allergic.
If you have enough Bloody Marys, you actually can fall down on them.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, getting drunk is a little different.
I think that's the point he was making, though, Dano.
Oh, never mind. I step back and withdraw my whatever I said.
So did you finish that quart of ice cream there, Dano?
No, I just
Depressed, Dano? Are you eating ice cream?
well, that was earlier. I nibbled on it for about 15 minutes and then just put it back in the fridge.
No, good
Nice.
for you. Good for you.
Did you write your name on it?
No.
He doesn't have to. He lives alone.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be hanging out on the internet with us.
Except when my son comes home from college.
Mm-hmm. That's nice.
So, but he just started back up a week ago. So.
Mm. That's gotta suck, man. That's I'm gonna miss that, but at the same time, I'm gonna go down to Arizona in my trailer, so I won't miss it because I'll be on my own and fuck everybody, man. I'm bringing my bike. Just saying. You should come down to Arizona when I'm down there, Dana. We could meet. You could find out in person. I'm exactly the same as I am on the internet.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? I believe you.
Really?
It's not a persona.
Some people don't believe me.
There are some people that they can't help but their inner self to actually come through.
Mhm.
You're one of those people.
Oh no, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Now there's another person that's also true of that we all know, but I shan't mention his name
Yeah, yeah.
in case he were out there listening.
Here's what I've been thinking though. On my way back after the winter, I'm thinking of going up and visiting Yankee. Phone him up and go, "Hey Yankee, I'm in town. You want to go for dinner? You're buying."
I would go to dinner with you, Bob. You can take me to dinner.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's fun, man. I like to eat like steak and potatoes, man. I'm just a simple man.
We'll go to Portland City Grill or whatever. That'll be nice. You can get steak and potatoes there too.
I've heard that place is nice. Anywhere they serve meat, I've actually read about because I like steaks a lot. Yeah, I mean, I grew up on a ranch. I mean, I had steak and eggs for breakfast from the time I was like, I don't know, probably 8 or 9 until I was like 18. That was just
my absolute favorite, steak and eggs.
Mm-hmm. Well, we had tons of beef, so.
They are delicious.
Oh, and it was great, man. You get a nice, like, about a 6 or 8 ounce steak and 2 or 3 eggs and some toast. That's a good breakfast. I mean, that's pretty much fit for the day, at least till lunch.
Butterfly a sirloin and do it that way.
Well, you could do that.
Just
cheap steak for breakfast.
My mother would just do T-bones.
Hey, how do you guys have like the full screen picture when you guys are talking?
Just do the screen share. It's a little green. When you go over to the left-hand side, you get a little green TV screen with a little arrow jumping out. You can select that, and I'm just screen sharing on my second monitor though, so you can screen share your own.
You're talking about when you talk, you have a little circle that shows up instead of what it is your full size deal, right?
Right. I can.
What is what's your data setting set to?
For which?
Your bandwidth setting.
I'm at full bandwidth, but I have like a really good internet connection. So.
Right. What about Talon's?
Yeah, I'm at full all the way.
When Talon talks, I get that too. I get a little logo. It's like the gun channels picture they posted with Talon at the top and like pulses.
What's mine look like?
Just a car.
A big car.
Yeah, but he's full screen. I mean, I can screen share.
Yeah.
Because I got mine set 3 out of 5. My bandwidth.
Yeah, me too.
I think that's only for not pictures, but for video. Like when we have our cameras on.
Like when I turn off screen share, is mine like my logo big now, or is it just a little circle?
No, it's not.
Circle logo.
Yours are looking the same.
Oh, that's weird. I only thought it got big when you like screen shared something. I thought you were screen sharing something, Sandy. So
no,
no, and yours is all the way up.
Mine's all the way up.
Yeah, mine's all the way up too.
You know, another difference would be is if the original picture is too small. That there are some limits as far as how far it'll try to expand it.
That's probably it. Try a different photo.
No, the photo I took is huge, man. I mean, it's like.
Okay.
It's not that.
Well, what's the photo? Where are these photos coming from? Are they not like your? I mean, mine is just.
I still think
the logo is like my G+ logo.
I still think when the NSA and Homeland Security and stuff hacks her.
The logo is showing is just my Google Plus user icon or whatever.
If you have like a picture of a gun, just go ahead and change it to a picture of a gun just to see how it looks right now. Or something else. Doesn't matter what it's a picture of, but.
You do that in the toolbox, and choose the leftmost icon, and then say custom overlay, custom upload.
Oh,
okay. So you're using the toolbox to do all that.
I'm not. I'm using Minicam, so I can change between things. So it's basically a program that goes in between my my camera and the Google service.
He's just being a techie bugger.
But
But in this case, I'm just using pictures.
But I am using the Hangout toolbox.
But
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean-
if you do the custom overlay, then you can put whatever photo you want in there.
And custom overlay just means pick your own picture.
Right, exactly.
It just by custom overlay that can be kind of confusing as to, well, what does that really mean? And
Okay, so that's what you're using, Just Dano?
yeah, I just clicked on custom overlay. I selected a picture on my hard drive, and then I clicked yes, and then I changed it that little button that goes from side to side from off to on.
Right, you slide it to the right and it turns it on.
Mm-hmm. And then it went from, because if I turn it off, what'll happen is since my camera's on, what'll happen is it'll just go to my picture like now.
Right.
You see me, and I turn it back to on, and then it flips back over to the car picture. Now I have about 8 or 9 different pictures that I can select from, because
Right.
when it says saved presets, if you have like 5 different pictures that you like, you just give each one a title and then hit save. So you don't have to upload the same picture over and over and over again.
Audio.
What?
Yeah, this Minicam, it overrides the custom overlay. Weird. You wouldn't think that it would.
Yeah. My computer is a little bit older, so I very much hesitate in trying to put extra software on here to do things.
Oh, this thing is just it's a really small app. It's pretty lightweight.
Were any of you guys on earlier when Stone Guy was showing that phone app that he got for the disassembly of the guns?
Oh yeah, that was pretty cool.
Earlier.
Because the place that does that also has a YouTube channel, and I found them a long time ago. It's called, what is it called? I'm going to pull it up now. Give me a
You're
minute.
gonna link it in here.
Yeah, just give me a minute.
Okay, let me try this here. Let's see if this works. Enter a preset title. Let's see.
Hey Sandy, do you notice I updated my user icon to be more Oregon friendly?
No, I didn't really notice. What did you do to it?
I just replaced the Michigan flag logo with the reverse of the Oregon flag. I don't know if it's popping up yet or if it's still showing up as
No,
old.
it's not. It's not there yet. Sometimes you have to turn that off and then back on to make it work.
Well, yeah, that's why I dropped out and dropped back in earlier, and then it's just showing up for me, but probably not for anyone else that's still logged in.
Well.
See if anybody picks up on that over the next couple days. Oregon, I think, is the only state flag that has something different on the reverse. Is that correct?
I should know that, but I don't.
Wow.
I don't think any other flags do, but I don't even think of.
You're probably right about that. Oh, nice, Dano.
And they have a whole series. I'll go ahead and throw one more link up there of dozens and dozens and dozens of guns, from historical guns like the World War II Liberator to old hunting guns to modern guns to guns from different armies. And what it is it's a CAD program that they use to show you not just a 3D rotation but also assembly and disassembly of the various guns. So like World War II Liberator is an example, which they dropped in the France, which were single-shot 45 ACPs. And I think they
have
6 rounds or something like that.
Yeah, you carried them in the handle, right?
Yeah.
They were single shots, though. Yeah, it was.
But
the only thing it was good for was to take a gun away from a German, or like from a German. You walk up behind him, pop him in the head, and take his gun.
Well, it one step, one thing gets another sort of a thing.
Yeah.
That got a rifle got a jeep with a couple of guys in uniforms may get a tank. I mean, or get a.
yeah,
Is there
Or
any
may get you
stories of
shot.
anybody using a Liberator in in combat, or for any purposes, or
It was meant for the French. What do you call
Resist
it? French foreign, not French foreign
the
fighter.
underground.
yeah. Well, I mean, I just figured is there any stories of French people actually
Marquis.
finding them and
Yeah,
using
they were
them?
called Marquis or something like that.
Oh yes. The group, and I can't remember the name of it, that lived out in the forest.
Was that the group led by the two Polish guys?
I don't recall, other than they did such an effective job that not only was Hitler aware of them, is that he gave them a special nickname, and I forget what the nickname was, but it was a very like the Hounds of something or like that. But it was a very they were very ferocious, and there was no mercy. But,
All right, what do you guys see now when I talk? Do you see something different?
No, it's the same for me.
It's the same.
Are you doing the custom overlay thing, or?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that. Let me try to.
I would skip the saved presets part until you get down your custom overlay, because that's just making it more complicated. Until you are able to change your picture, you're just going to get more irritated and confused.
Okay.
And then just play around with turning the on and off button on and off a couple of times, but don't do it real fast. Just let it take its time.
Dano's the expert on irritated and confused.
Yes.
Huh, I just got bounced out.
I know. It's exactly the same as me.
I got bounced out for a little while too.
That's kind
It
of weird.
says-
I don't think
it says-
that's ever happened to me before.
It says on, so I'm just gonna leave it on for a little bit and see what happens.
Have you turned the other one off? Have you turned your computer off and on? Tech advice, right? It's the first thing they say. Have you turned your computer off again and then back on? Yeah. Might be more complicated then.
Yeah, we gotta
The
upgrade this to
FP45 Liberator.
Tier 2 support.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the Liberator was the same idea as Derringer, basically. It was a belly gun. Although, in those days, they recommended the headshot.
But I'm just going to list off some of the ones I have in here. The AKS-74, the VMP-3, which is looks like a light anti-tank sort of thing. Webley Mark 6. OS-12. Humvee. Browning A5.
Hey, Dano, what's this link again? Post it again? Because I couldn't see it in the outside.
Noble Empire is the name of the channel. AK-74N, AK-47, Benelli M4, Ruger SR9. Like I said, they have a combination of new and old.
Got the VZ58.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and post the link to what I'll call the video page,
All right.
in case you didn't catch it.
No, I didn't catch it because I was out.
Okay. Yeah, I forget that if you're out and then you come back in, it doesn't necessarily show.
Do you know what the name of the app actually is?
Well, the app is something different. Evidently, they took these little videos and did some sort of compression, but because it's going through cell towers, they have to charge somehow to pay for that.
Okay, so it's not a free app.
It's not correct. But what's available on their YouTube channel, of course, is free, because it costs them nothing to broadcast it.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, they got Leonfield Mark 1 or number 1 Mark 3.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, that's kind of cool, man. That's a really...
I mean, you can spend hours going through this.
Well, I could,
Now,
I could
Sandy, you're getting all fancy there. It drives me crazy when guys like you come on here and without just playing around can do all this cool shit. I'm lucky to take a picture and put it up there.
You do know what that means, though, Dano, right?
Means I'm old.
I'm old too. I
Yeah.
just this is just second nature to me. I'm a tinkerer.
Yeah, yeah, I knew people like that. Some kids I went to
back
school
in the day
with,
when I was involved with computers, I
all
hated graphics and I hated programming. Of course, those are the two things that people got compensated the most for.
I liked programming when we were doing it in what was it called? It was ones and twos
Photoshop.
anyway.
Ones and
It was
twos.
ones and twos. It was
Holy smokes! You were programming in, you weren't programming in BASIC. You would have been programming in binary.
yeah,
like
binary. That was
Hex
yeah.
code.
We used to get these cards, and we would like fill in the squares in the right place, and then we'd put these cards in.
That's like the
computer, and it
hardest
would
way
do shit.
possible there is to compute to to code for a computer. Oh my god!
We had a class where we did the punch cards in high school as well, and that was
we
in the
didn't have punch
90s.
card though. Yeah.
You gotta start at the beginning.
The newest thing in my computer lab when I was in high school was a TRS-80. What does that tell
Quote
you?
unquote trash 80.
Yep. With two 5 1/4-inch floppy drives. Oh my god, it was the hottest thing. It loaded its programs off of a cassette tape primarily.
Yeah, I had a electronics class, and that was one of our class projects. I think grade 12 was we built a Heathkit computer for the teacher.
Those are worth big bucks today if you can find them.
Oh yeah. And like a teacher paid for it, and we got to build it, and it was just so amazing that this one little fucking thing ran the whole thing, and all this other crap we had to do to build it.
Oh yeah.
But it was one very large suitcase that weighed like 50 pounds.
Yeah, basically, yeah. If you could put it in a suitcase, yeah. But again, it was a cassette tape. That was your RAM.
Well, I mean the ones that the first mobile or portable computers.
Oh yeah, well no, this one.
Oh, they had those what they used to call luggables.
Yeah.
Where the keyboard flipped down and there was a little tiny CRT monitor inside of there with a floppy drive.
Yes.
Yeah, Compaq made those originally, I think.
Yep.
They have the COP 357 Derringer disassembled.
Oh yeah, they got, like I said, you can get lost in that site for a long time if you're into that sort of thing.
Okay, who on this show chat is not into looking at guns and the disassembly and reassembly?
Oh, exactly. Especially historic guns that it's like
so everybody's bookmarked that, right?
Oh yeah, I bookmarked it. I'll look at it later.
Yeah,
like,
I downloaded the app.
It's like so. What angles do I need to alter on my sear to go full auto?
Yeah, you're gonna get that from that program.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah, and then that's the kind of problem. There's probably somebody in the RCMP looking at it going, "Oh, they can make all these guns full auto. We must outlaw them."
Well, don't you normally need additional parts to do that compared to the guns you can buy off the shelf?
You can actually pretty much make anything full auto.
Well, it just you can't make it controllable.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, if you want it to go from round 1 to round 30 and you're done, that's easy. If you want it to stop when you let go of the trigger before all the rounds are done,
whole different story. Yep.
Like, so what angles? I mean, but just blowing off the whole mag nonstop, that's useless.
Oh, well, you can do that with a 1022 pretty easily.
Oh yeah, before it jams.
Yeah, we're right.
Well, they don't jam if you got a good one. And
I'm just
run
saying,
good ammo in it.
Magazines, good ammo.
Additional parts.
Yeah, I just ran 110 rounds through mine, and in one god awful long burst, and my finger got tired.
I mean, if you go from round.
I haven't shot my 1022s in a long time. If Great Laker takes me up on a range trip, I'll probably bring them out.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
for sure. I got wonderful. I got the CGS bit, some German manufacturer drum magazine.
Oh yeah, I got
rounds.
thousands of rounds.
Yeah.
I got a question. Before they made those bump fire stocks, is there a technique that people use to try to get what I'll call short bursts?
Mm-hmm.
The thumb in the belt loop, right?
Yeah, you can put your thumb in the belt loop, hold it in your trigger, and start firing it. It'll bump fire all the rounds in the gun.
I think he's just talking about the Surefire stack or slide fire stack or whatever it's called.
No, before those stocks, what people used to do
before
to like
what
just
people
get
used to
like, 3-4 rounds to pop off real fast.
If you held your gun right, you could hold it shouldered and pull forward with the trigger finger, but you'd have to have your arm locked. I mean, you could make it happen, but
Yeah.
most people just held it down by their hip and stuck their thumb through the trigger guard and just pulled the rifle against their thumb, right? And it just kind of went off.
You
Yeah,
can
there's-
make bump boards.
Your trigger finger, put it through your belt loop, and then put it through the guns.
There used to be
Trigger.
gazillion videos on YouTube years ago that were popular with that.
Yeah, there is, and one of them that comes to mind is this guy that's like, he's got to be pushing 450 pounds.
Oh,
like,
the guy with the Berettas?
blue shirt. He's got
Yeah.
a blue shirt on, and he's holding like I think it is a Beretta down by his waist.
Yep.
And he's bump firing that thing.
Yeah, he's a meme.
I'll tell you, when I was a kid, you could get a crank, and it was a little crank that would clamp on your trigger guard, and it had paddles on it that when you cranked it, it would just pull the trigger, right?
They still make something like that for I think
Yeah.
the 22s.
Yeah. But we used to be able to get them for like M1 carbines and stuff, and it was badass.
I mean, wouldn't you have to get also like a bipod, in order to kind of
You
steady?
want to have a bipod, yeah. And I had one for my Remington 1022, and with a little clamp on the barrel bipod, which I know is the worst. And
There's
I
a
could
there's
just
a 75
mow down
round
the-
drum dump right there.
Yeah.
Dano.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up and take a little look. Oh, let me mute myself before I abuse you all.
It's just the sound of gunfire. Nothing wrong with that.
No,
That's
this guy
music to
just-
my ears.
Hip firing this thing, or has he got like a slide fire stock? Oh yeah, he's most hip firing it.
Crappy camera work, but whatever.
Yeah, it's a good illustration of those. Look at the rounds slinging out of that thing, man. They're going up over the cameraman.
Mm-hmm. That's the old school. That's how people used to do it.
Yeah.
He gets into a good rhythm there. You don't see too many videos like that anymore. I think we need to bring them back. What do you think?
Yeah.
I wonder if I can make a 1022 do that.
Think it'll recoil enough to do it?
I
20
don't know with the right ammo. It's just a light touch. You don't really need much.
22 Plinkster's got a slide fire stock on a, I think it's an M&P 22, and he
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that one.
tracer rounds at night. And that was pretty cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, if you got private property that you can do tracers, I think that because it's not for practice or training, it's just for fun.
hmm
Right.
And and
Shits and giggles.
whenever I get into a conversation about training, I always try to throw out there, and there's nothing wrong with going out to the range just to have fun.
Yep.
It doesn't always have to be training.
That is actually the best way to get new people into the sport is do some fun stuff.
Yeah, well, getting new people, it has to be fun. Otherwise, there'll be no second time.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
But that's interesting because picture set says 1,000 words, and I think that video that you put up there demonstrates that all over again.
yeah. That shooting guns can be fun.
As far as grabbing it by the foregrip and then just rest. He's almost kind of resting it against his hip.
Right, his thumb.
And I hate to say jerking it, but doing that familiar jerk.
There's that laugh. There it is. I've been waiting for that.
That male jerk.
Dano just has to say jerk in it, and I lose it. I'm sorry.
But I couldn't figure out when you were describing it exactly what you meant, and then I saw the picture and I said, of course that's what it is. Makes all the sense in the world.
Yep. Just bounces against the recoil.
So is the other method easier, more difficult, or
What other method?
I thought you mentioned that there was you haven't seen somebody do it like that in a while.
No, like that.
You mean without a device?
Right, exactly. Most of the ones, the later ones, have all been those slide fire stocks and whatnot.
Mhm.
You know, I think if once somebody comes up with, because it is only for fun, it has to be priced appropriately for fun, that somebody's going to drive these other places out of business when they come up with a $50 bumski type thing.
Well, I'm thinking, why couldn't you have something adapted off an electric screwdriver, and that would clamp onto the trigger? You just hold your hand underneath it, and when you pull the trigger on the screwdriver, that would just turn paddles that would go bam, 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 bam. Would that be illegal? Would that be considered a machine gun, or is it because?
Yeah, I think that's a machine gun.
Yeah.
I think your finger has to actually pull the trigger.
There's the other way, Dano.
Oh, okay. Let me check. Let me turn my mic off, and then I'll go check it out.
I'm going to too.
Somehow there's two links in there. I don't know how that happened. Oh, well, never mind. It's the bottom one. That's for pistols. Use a bump board. Empty a mag pretty quick.
Bet you can't hit shit doing that, though.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, first couple of rounds you might, but Yeah, I watched a demonstration.
The good thing about that design is it has that grip that you can hold on to, and it's braced against your shoulders, so you don't have a chance of that pistol pointing up towards you.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, can't rotate all the way around.
Nice long rod, so there's no way that pistol's going to get away from you.
Yeah.
And you got.
Still, what's the point? I just don't understand the point.
Fun.
Like full auto, I have a problem with full. I have a problem with full auto. I mean, I really do. I mean, I've used my cranky thing back when I had one. Of course, they're illegal now. But I've used that to, a gopher's running across the road, and I've gone and tried to mow him down, and damned if he didn't get away.
And you knew you weren't going to hit him. You knew there was no chance in hell you were going to hit him, and I bet you were smiling the whole time, weren't you?
Yeah. Except
there you go.
15
still smiling about it.
Case closed.
If I just pulled the trigger on him. But yeah, it was after a while it got boring shooting gophers.
It's expensive shooting all that ammo, that's for sure.
Well, yeah. I mean, my old man used to give me 500 round brick every once a week to kill gophers with. But.
Very disappointed that not one of those guys got an extendo magazine. It's like, who wants to see somebody shoot 6 rounds?
Yeah.
When there's 30-round magazines out there, and they go through all the time and effort of especially since there were 2 different shooting platforms that they were homemade, basically same design.
I gotta get my old Ruger P89 out. I got 2 33-round clips for that. And it'd be interesting to see if I could make that happen. That old thing, I don't want to shoot myself, though.
Well, what's the concern of shooting yourself? I mean, what would happen?
Probably not much. I wouldn't let go of it. Well, I mean, the concern is that fully automatic pistols tend to rise. You saw what happened with that 9-year-old girl.
Yeah, I'm
There's
assuming
there's other videos out of people with fully automatic handguns where they just basically take off and point basically straight back. It's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
aren't the
The
vast
video
majority-
guy that shot himself in the hand shooting a fully automatic pistol. Now that I remember.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. He had to.
How the hell does that happen though? How do you let something get that far away from you? I just
Well,
don't.
He, just,
in
he,
that
he
video,
wasn't holding on very tight.
yeah, but if I remember right, in that video, he had some kind of a foregrip mounted on the front pick rail on the
Oh,
handgun,
yeah.
and the
Ah,
thing
could be.
came loose. It came loose, and like the foregrip came off, and like his hand kind of just went wild and shot himself in the hand.
So the ultimate root cause was really that foregrip, not the bump fire.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was a full automatic weapon. He wasn't
Oh,
bump firing.
Mm. Yeah, firing full auto. That's one thing I'm gonna try arrange while I'm down in the free weapons country.
Yeah.
Searching to see if I can find that video.
I mean,
I mean,
I
we-
think
yeah.
if you look at it as a slightly more expensive amusement park ride, it can be a lot of fun, but that's all it is.
Here's the blue shirt guy.
Uh-oh. Now we gotta start seeing his man boobs bounce, or
Oh, this isn't the original video, but it's actually pretty good.
You know, don't get excited. It's
Like I
just
said,
a
he's a mimic.
guy shooting a gun.
Yeah, dude, that guy's got to be he may be even pushing close to 5. I don't know, man.
It's like they took some clips out of a Rambo movie or something. This one's actually pretty good.
That is
Oh,
a large man, isn't it?
Yeah, man, he's big.
Oh, jeez. Oh, God. I haven't seen this one. Oh, gross. Oh, my God. Okay, all right. That was better than I thought.
Yeah, that almost killed me. Not quite. And besides, I'm supposed to die.
he's so
Somebody
fat he couldn't even hold the pistol properly.
Yeah, man, put the Twinkies down, dude.
That's gotta suck. And the thing is, that poor guy
Excuse me.
probably gonna die soon, or if he's probably
Oh,
already.
Exactly.
I know people like that. They're 18 though. You know.
I know,
Yeah.
it's terrible.
Well, I'm just, because I knew this kid when he was a baby, and the mother was going, "Look, he loves French fries and gravy," and she would just feed him all the time.
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh, jeez." Like, look, he's like little sumo. He was like a year old, and he was like, "Yeah, this big sumo kid."
Yeah.
You know, I was like, "Oh man."
I knew a woman that raised her child like that, and she had no one to teach her how to be a proper mother,
Yeah.
and she was also not necessarily very smart nor educated herself.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so she thought that by her baby not crying, that meant that she was doing the right thing.
Yeah.
So, and of course, babies cry. That's what they do. They're supposed to cry.
Yeah.
That's kinda
Not nonstop, but I mean, so she always gave the baby food 24/7.
Yeah.
The baby, suffered from being obese from right the get-go. And she was the kind of woman that when she was ready to give birth, no one, unless she told you, you wouldn't even know she was pregnant.
Oh, she was that big.
Kind of like that guy we just saw.
Yeah.
He could hold a couple of babies.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Now I'm lucky. Genetically, my whole family is thin. So, but at the same time, it's just like, can't you just quit stuffing Twinkies in your mouth for a little bit until you're not like 900 pounds? I don't get it, man. Of course, I get to eat. Like I say, I grew up eating steak and eggs, and steak for supper, steak and potato.
There's
and
one from G-Webs.
Nice, you know.
Just reminded me of his video that I was when I saw that kid here. I'm gonna post it up here. It's an old Saturday Night Live clip with Chris Farley and Adam Sandler.
Oh God, yeah, really old.
Yeah, it's old, man, but this is a classic one. This is what that picture brought to mind. You gotta listen to it though, so I'll turn the volume up a little bit.
Farley was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, guys, I'm gonna call it a night. I got a bunch of work to do in the morning. I'm gonna finish my chicken coop, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same, man. I gotta entertain. My daughter turned 9 on Thursday, and she
Oh,
had her.
All right, see you guys.
All right,
Wow.
take it easy.
we just got the bum rush. See y'all later.
No, I didn't mean that. I'm just saying bye when I get gas, because otherwise I usually
G-Webs
miss
in
it.
the video?
What's that?
Was that a sneak peek of G-Webs in the video?
I don't know. Maybe. See y'all later.
All right,
Alrighty.
take it easy.
Back.
So we
See you,
close
man.
this out?
Take it easy.
Have a good night. See you guys maybe tomorrow.
Oh yeah, probably. Well, I'll be on probably, but
I'm just gonna go finish watching the G-Webs video.
yeah, I mean,
I'll be back unless everybody's not.
I think that's G-Webs.
Are all the real 18s Gen 1 or Gen 2s?
No, so they got a frame rail.
They do have
They're
those?
compensated now.
Okay.
So you get an 18 seat.
Are they gonna make a 4? Do you think? Can you still get them? Okay.
I think it'll just hammer the receiver too much. So
Okay. And that just puts it into, it's a select, so that puts it into
yeah,
single
well, one
axle.
dot is semi, 2 dots full auto. Multiple shots. There's something cool about a full auto piston. So, it's like a clock. You know, it rises like a really fast. So, okay. That's on full auto, right? Yes. Good. Yeah. You're hot. That's good.
What's up, Biker Bob?
Hey, man. How's it going?
Hey. All right, how you doing, man?
Oh, I'm here. Still above ground. That's all that counts. Yeah, I just watched the thing where I got to see the side of G-Web's face, I think.
What?
Yeah, really. It's a video, and Dano posted it. It's got, you can see the side of G-Web. I think it's G-Web's side of his face, you know what? He looks nothing like I thought he would.
Let's see. Marco
Can't
shared
wait
a
to go down
picture.
there and meet him.
Marco shared a picture of what he looks like to me. Trying to remember it.
Oh, please.
I don't
No,
remember.
there's no picture of us.
I don't have the picture. It's on my old cell phone.
Oh, yeah, well, there you go. That sucks. Yeah, but yeah, I'll get to go see him when I come down there. He actually told me about a fucking campground that's right at the gun range. I can park my camper and just like unload the camper and go to the gun range. I'm thinking I don't need to go anywhere else because it's the only thing that's one of the big things when I go to other than I do actually want to go to Texas to shoot pigs.
Cool. Your pigs are year-round.
Yeah, we're supposed to have them up here, but I've never seen them. We're
You've
allowed
never
to shoot here as varmints.
Well, they like the hot weather.
Oh, actually, they're one of the. There's two species that are actually expanding their range right now in North America, and that's coyotes and wild pigs. And they can survive in our winters. It's just like boggles the mind. You think, it's like minus 40.
And they're surviving.
And they're surviving. It's like, wow. And it's pig. Because I grew up with pigs that were, didn't have hair. They were just like pink pigs, right?
Yeah.
And these pigs aren't pink pigs. They've got the size of the pink pigs, but they got bristles and tusks and, yeah. But that's why I'm going to shoot them in Texas, because
big old
there's
Razorbacks.
nothing around here to shoot yet.
Yeah. I've been pig hunting a couple times. It really sucks when it's hot. Joints ache.
Hunting never sucks, man.
It is when it's in Florida. I once stepped into.
Hunted minus 30, man. It's not.
Oh yeah.
Nothing, man.
I once stepped on what I thought was solid ground, and I actually went up to my chest. It was a pig wallow that just kept getting deeper and deeper from rain.
Yeah. Well, we have whole areas of land up here that just look solid, but it's muskeg. So if it's summertime, you take a step in it, you just disappear. And it's like peat moss, right? Peat moss and water.
Just right in there.
Yeah, I was racing a guy on my motorcycle one time. We were doing off-road kind of, and evergreen trees kind of hold the muskeg together, but the roots, something had cut the roots, so like the front wheel of my bike just like disappeared into the ground, and I went flying over the bike, and the other guy stopped and was like, "What the fuck?" Eh? We went, and the whole front wheel, 21-inch front wheel on a Can-Am motorcycle, was completely buried in the ground, but just in this one slit. It was like something had cut these roots, and that's exactly where I went, and the tire went right in there, and it just like, because other than the roots of the trees, nothing was holding the ground up.
We get, even though we're 1,000 miles apart, pretty similar conditions. I mean, Florida mangroves, the Everglades.
Oh, I'll bet, yeah. Yeah, where the roots hold everything together.
Mm-hmm.
That happens up in where just before you get to the Arctic muskeg, you get it's kind of muskeg, but it's got trees on it, right? So the trees hold everything together. Once you take trees away, it turns into mush.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to build shit.
They said a way of walking around is never stop. Even when you're standing, continuously move your legs around and keep moving around.
Yeah.
Because
if you don't sink.
Yeah. Not just that. The moment you stop is the moment it starts sucking you in.
Mm.
And once it starts sucking you in, then you just make things worse. Unless somebody's there to help you out.
Yeah, that sounds like muskeg. Yep. It's really weird that there's that similarities that far apart, eh? But
Right.
plants, eh?
Do you have snakes in Canada?
Yeah, we get rattlesnakes up here, but that's about it.
Snake.
Rattlesnakes and garter snakes are big. We have tons, well, millions and millions of garter snakes, but they're just like kind of like a corn snake. They're completely harmless. They just eat rodents and stuff, and there's gazillions of them here, but they hide really well. So, but we also have rattlesnakes. Not that many, but some. I don't like the rattlesnakes. They're not near as cuddly as my corn snake. It's actually one of, I've just been discussing with the family, what pets do I get to take down because for 4 weeks I have to take some of the pets. And so far the thing has been, you can take your corn snake. So I get to take Fred, my albino corn snake. But I want to take one of the cats because there's no, we call it a quarantine for pets crossing the Canadian-American border, just because, well, they can run across it, so they don't worry about diseases and stuff. However, you still have to worry about border shit, and plus I'm going down there in January. It's going to be fucking cold.
Sorry about that. Having internet problems.
Yeah, no worries. I just explained to everybody everything about what you asked, and so you missed it. So, too bad.
The explanation about muskeg and the.
And then the snake question, we did all the snake thing. You missed that. The only dangerous snakes we have up here are rattlesnakes, and they're, there's only, I think, about 4 months of the year that they're active. The rest of the time they're sleeping. So.
Water moccasins are usually active all year round.
Well, down there, yeah.
Yeah, they're nasty little bastards too. I mean, you think it's just a snake swimming in the water, then that snake's in the grass, then that snake's coming right at you like a torpedo on land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you carry a handgun.
Nah, shotgun. I got in the backyard with the shotgun slinged over my back.
Oh yeah, shotgun work way better than a snake.
Mm-hmm.
Really, like number 7 birdshot, that snake's dead.
Yep. So,
but you can't eat snakes. Snakes are actually good eating. They taste like chicken.
I've had a rattlesnake before, but I wouldn't try water moccasin because I don't know, like, if you can eat a water moccasin.
Oh, sure you can. You can eat any snake, just don't eat its head, where the venom sacs are.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen a water moccasin, but like if you come across one and it's sort of chilling, they actually will just open their mouth wide up and give you a big old hiss. That's why they call them cottonmouths.
Yeah.
Because sometimes they'll have a really bright pink to white mouth all inside.
Yeah, they're just warning you, go away, I can kill you.
Pretty much. But that's lucky if you even get a warning, because they're mean bastards. They chase horses, which is weird. I mean, they'll chase a 1,000-pound animal, so they have no problem chasing like dogs, cats.
Yeah.
And I had to kill a damn tegu. These things are dangerous. I mean, they're awesome as pets, but
what?
A tegu lizard. I don't know if somebody did it on purpose or whatever, but they after hurricane, what was it? After a hurricane, they became part of the population, and then people started like letting theirs in. So there's the Argentinian tegu, and then there's the Colombian tegu, and they breeded together. So we get this really super aggressive 2.5 foot to 3 foot lizard, like a mini Komodo dragon. And
A hybrid lizard.
yeah, because the ones that are 3 feet long are gentle giants, whereas the little ones are evil, vicious fuckers. And now we got these big, vicious, evil fuckers that take people's toes off and eat. Well, anyway, it killed my neighbor's cat. It was swatting at it, and it took its whole paw off. Yeah. And they're like, Eddie, oh my God, please, oh my God, help my kitty. And I'm like, I can't help your cat, it's dead, but I can help you with the lizard problem. Bang, bang.
Boom, boom.
357. 9mm don't do shit to them. They're like little tanks.
Oh, a 9mm would kill him just as easily as 357 would. I mean, a 410 shotgun with birdshot would kill him.
Not really. I tried birdshot, and it just really injured them. Didn't kill them.
Oh, you weren't close enough then, man. You got to close up. Get really close. 10 feet. That birdshot's not even come out of its little plastic carrier. It's basically a glazer round.
Pretty much. 9mm doesn't give big enough holes. Just wounds the animal. And when they're wounded,
really like. I mean, I like the bigger the better. If I had my druthers and I could only have one handgun, it'd be a 10mm. Some kind of Glock. Actually, I hate those plastic pieces of shit. They're reliable.
Or so people think they are. Glock is already getting the conversion for the 22 TCM. I was looking it up. So yeah, it's not just going to be the 1911 9mm that's TCM only. Glock is now trying to get on it. A new caliber. It's a new caliber.
Yeah, I don't think we need a new caliber. What is a well, unless we get attacked by aliens, then we probably need something new.
It's
we
not
pretty much have guns that work good on people right now, so you're just tweaking.
It's a 9mm neck down to a 5.45 cartridge, so it's sort of like the 5.7 round, but in a 9mm casing.
So more velocity gets dumped on the target, I hope. Not penetration.
No, much more penetration. 3,000 feet per second.
But there's 9mm that penetrate right through people and catch somebody on the other side.
True.
I want to see really high velocity dump in the first 4 inches of penetration. I want to see it dump all its energy. Right, because then you just basically put someone down.
Well, I don't think this is really for human use. I think it's more for
zombies.
No, kill any animal on the planet.
I don't know. It's bullet placement. It's where you put that bullet. I don't care if it's like super duper bullet. If you hit a grizzly in the shoulder and not in the chest, he's gonna charge you. And if you don't have multiple shots, you're dead.
Pretty much. 12 gauge. Sabot.
I go in the woods with a single shot 12 gauge and a single shot 30-06. I'm fine with that. I know, because I know that one round will stop whatever is coming at me. So, it's kind of like, I don't know.
Rather a single barrel or a pump than a double barrel?
I like doubles. I've got a couple of doubles. Well, actually, I'm going to go down to one double barrel shotgun right away. Because I can't sell my single shot because I got looking at it and playing with it and realized, oh my God, it's a Winchester that was built like the same year after Winchester took over Cooey, which was a Canadian company. They made these great single-shot shotguns, and we're like, oh, that's where I remember it. It's one of my first shotguns was one 20 gauge of this version. So now I have a 12 gauge. It's in beautiful shape. Why not just keep it? Just cause.
I had a 12 gauge double barrel coach gun made by Stoger, and I had that thing for a while, and then I got rid of it. And I also had a Remington 1900 made in 1901. I actually called the company up and asked them what the serial number. Like, it was made between January of 1900 and of January 1901.
Nice.
Yeah. Or no, January of 1901, 1900, and of I think they said April or May of 1901.
Mm-hmm. That's really cool. I'd love to have a. I mean, I got my oldest gun. I think is I've got a Mauser, Peruvian Mauser from 1910 or 12. I don't know what the date is on it, but it's been like rebuilt to 308. But I don't care. It's a 100-fucking-year-old gun. It works like great.
This thing was nice, and it had a Damascus barrel on it.
Oh yeah, yeah. See, that's kind of bad because you can't really use it. You gotta use black powder with it.
Well, no, it wasn't
a
a black powder. Just nothing more than birdshot out of it.
No. Cartridge, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Because that's probably what it was back then. You know, probably what their buckshot was. Target loads today.
Yep. Oh yeah, black powder has a lot less power than modern shit, but same time, you know, it's like I got a 1930s or 40s Toleador Spanish double barrel. Turned it into a cowboy gun because why the hell not? I mean, it only cost me $150.
My brother ended up taking it back from me, like a jerk that he is, and took it to Bass Pro. They gave him $100 for it.
Really?
Yeah. I wanted to keep it.
Yeah.
And they were worth like not 1900 original. It had good wood on it and everything. It was probably worth like $700.
Yeah, you shouldn't say that word around Yankee.
What?
Goodwood. He was all on about his Chippewa and Goodwood and stuff. Yeah, I was like really sad.
He chipped the what now?
You know, that Chippewa, that weird pistol he bought that shoots from the underside of the barrel?
Oh, the Chiappa. Or Chiappa, whatever.
Yeah. Chippewa, whatever. Anyway. Yeah, he was going on about the wood and how nice the wood was on it and stuff, and it was like, oh, fuck Yankee, just get off it. Get a real gun.
Stop being a bitch ass.
Yeah. Oh,
right.
Yeah, he doesn't want to
Get
do
a
that.
get a fucking 1911.
Be a man. Use your 1911s for fucking carry guns, but yeah. Anyway, I gotta go, man. I am just fucking beat. Oh crap! It's after 1.
What's the deal with Radcliffe or Radcat and Just Dan? Are they even in here or are they sleeping?
Might be sleeping. Yeah, he's just trying to keep the website open for people who want to get on and chat. So I don't know. I usually message a bunch of people that have been on with me if I'm, up for it. And then I can just join in, right? Gun websites, great place. But yeah, I gotta go, man. Talk to you later.
Take it easy, Bob.
See, you heard that? I said a.
What you talking about? Let's see. Who wants a chat invitation? And my internet's acting all slow. 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 Where is everybody, I wonder? Where is everybody? Oh well. Oh, new episode of Walking Dead's on the for the season 2 game. Episode 5 is now available. I'll see y'all later. I'm gonna go play that. Bye.
Nobody's here.